Good morning, everyone. Let's start. Good to see you again in the morning, waking up slowly. But let's continue our fantastic program. Today it will be full of very interesting plenary talks, so get ready. We will start with the first talk, then we will have a small coffee break, then there will be another one. And in the afternoon, don't forget there will be a poster session at the Institute of Psychology, but we will tell you more details afterwards. So now it's my great pleasure to invite Dr. Nicole Hess, who is actually currently Associate Professor at the Anthropology Department at Washington State University in the United States. She has lots of experience, anthropological experience in Central Africa and with many interesting groups. She's also a trained evolutionary psychologist, and she is interested in female gossip, female friendships, and many other, non-physical aggression as well, and in competition, right? Intrasexual competition. So these are really relevant and very interesting topics. So we are very happy to have you here. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Thanks. All right, thank you very much for inviting us out here. We really love seeing Sao Paulo, and this is our first time here. I hope not our last. Okay, so today I'll be talking about gossip. I also do research on female friendship, female competition, other forms of non-physical competition, but today I'm just going to be focusing on the psychology of gossip. So my talk is Why Do We Gossip? Exploring causal links among gossip, reputation, resource allocation, and resource competition. So first, what is gossip? Gossip, by one kind of not controversial definition, it involves the transfer of information about the actions and traits of others. Doris Cruz, a researcher in Amsterdam, recently did an analysis of different definitions found in the social science literature and found that most definitions involved minimally a sender communicating to a receiver about a target who is absent or unaware of the content. He also found that in a lot of these studies, gossip could be positive or negative, and it was often informal rather than formal. More popular non-academic views of gossip range from gossips being a trivial activity to being so dangerous that sometimes schools have to ban it because it's harmful. So why do we gossip? Why do we invest so much time and attention into gossip? And can an evolutionary perspective help us understand this phenomenon? And I've got a series of studies to present for you today. Most of them are experiments, some are in small-scale societies, and my goal is to kind of convince you that gossip is not trivial, that there is some structure to the psychology of gossip, whether you're a gossiper or a person who's hearing gossip and evaluating it and using it to make decisions, and that also there are real consequences to gossip. It's not just trivial. Okay, so in the evolutionary literature, there are roughly two camps for theories of gossip. The first one is the social cohesion theories, which are where gossip, I'll get to that, and the others are the social competition theories. Should I hold this further? Okay. So first, the social cohesion theories. Social cohesion, or sometimes called the pro-social theories, view gossip as a means to increase cooperation within groups, where pro-social strategies benefit others or the collective. Gluckman was an anthropologist who first wrote about this in 1963, suggesting that gossip maintains the unity, morals, and values of social groups. Dunbar is a more recent evolutionary thinker who in 2004 proposed that gossip and language more generally evolved to facilitate social bonding and social cohesion in the very large groups that characterize human primates. So in non-human primates, there are arguably smaller group sizes where bonds can be maintained and established by physical grooming, physically touching each other. But human groups are so big, you couldn't possibly touch everyone enough, so gossip came to replace social grooming, and it allowed us to live in these very large groups. That's Dunbar's idea. although there have been some pretty big challenges to that idea, including a 2016 paper that showed kind of a lack of this correlation in cross-species studies. Some more recent studies of gossip in the kind of social cohesion camp suggest that gossip functions for learning norms, enforcing norms, sanctioning those who violate norms, imposing social control, or policing others in the group for the better of the group. Then we have the second camp, the social competition theories. A lot of researchers, including evolutionary and non-evolutionary theorists, have suggested that gossip is used to strategically manipulate reputations. And so you'll probably see some names of some familiar evolutionary psychologists up here. Toward the end are some old anthropologists, one of them being Payne in 1967, wrote a response to Gluckman's ideas of gossip being something that serves the group. Payne said that gossip serves oneself. So the social competition theories, or the pro-self theories, suggest that people gossip in order to manipulate reputations to benefit oneself, one's kin, or one's allies. Gossip about the bad behaviors and traits will decrease a target's reputation, decreasing their access to contested resources with the effect of increasing your own access to those resources. Okay, so previous research has shown that access to resources is indeed mediated by reputation. So humans often get resources from other group members when they have a good reputation. So Kristen Hawkes, for example, in '91 has her famous paper where those who undertake risky behaviors and succeed increase their access to a valuable resource, mates. Previous research is out there that has demonstrated that access to resources is mediated by reputation, and this includes theoretical and empirical work by evolutionary biologists, anthropologists, economists, and others. So this large body of research suggests that good reputations are correlated with receiving benefits. In both the social cohesion and social competition theories, gossip is assumed to cause changes in individuals' reputations, which then cause changes in the likelihood of those individuals getting benefits from the rest of the group. But there's little experimental evidence from small-scale societies that support these causal relationships. In a lot of these studies, they're assumed. And even when they do have studies of small-scale societies, they're typically observational, not really experimental, so causality cannot be inferred. There's also very little experimental evidence in non-small-scale societies that when making decisions, people pay attention to gossip in deciding how to transfer, to allocate resources. So here are the studies that I'm going to present. I worked with Aka hunter-gatherers, Ngandu horticulturalists, an online international mechanical Turk sample, US undergraduates, and German participants. And in these different populations, we looked at the relationships between gossip, reputations, competition, and receiving benefits. And so again, I'm hoping to convince you that there is some structure to gossip, that it's not trivial, and that there are consequences to it. And often, the consequence has something to do with altering reputations to benefit oneself or one's allies or kin. Okay, so first study is the Aka forager study. They are hunter-gatherers who live in Central Africa. So on the left is the country of Central African Republic in Central Africa, and on the right, let's see if I can do this. The capital is Bangui. You take a plane into Bangui from Paris, and then we took a several-hour drive and kind of a scary truck to the village of Bagandu. And from this village, it's a horticultural village, there are several trails that radiate out into the forest. And those trails are maintained and taken by Aka foragers, and they lead into different cleared areas where they establish temporary camps. So what we did with the Aka hunter-gatherers was we asked adult informants to rate their community members, their group members, on reputation-relevant traits, like how angry does this person get, and whether they give and receive benefits. And then, of course, we looked at sex and age and kinship. So this is a young Aka man. The Aka live in small camps, again, radiating from a farming village. one of the main ways that they get food is that men and women, husbands and wives, typically hunt together using nets and spears, trapping small game like a forest antelope, which is like kind of a small miniature goat-looking animal called a duiker. Both sexes gather plant foods, but only men gather honey. It's a little bit more risky. You have to be strong to climb up into a tree to access them. Like many foragers, the Aka tend to be quite egalitarian, and they don't have a lot of gender inequality, and they don't have a lot of age-based inequalities. They maintain this ethic through avoiding prestige and demand sharing. Demand sharing is if I have something and someone says, oh, that's nice, give it to me. I'll say, okay, and it's yours. There's no conflict over it. Someone asks, you give it. And this really maintains the egalitarian ethic that they really, really value. Another thing that they very much value with the Aka is a appreciation for and a respect for the forest. They're hunter-gatherers who, if they wanted, could probably switch to small-scale horticulture, but they don't. And when you ask them why, well, right, so small-scale horticulture, you have more reliable access to food. There's less stress. But they say that they prefer hunting and gathering because the forest gives them what they need. They don't want to sit and be a member of the village. They want to be free among the forest spirit, and it makes them feel good. So if you want to know more about the Aka, you can read Barry Hewlett's 2014 book, where he talks a lot about the Aka and Congo Basin foragers, some nearby groups. A little bit more about them. Genetic evidence indicates that Congo Basin foragers are one of 3 major lineages of humans, the other 2 being Southern African groups, foragers, and then the rest of everybody else in the world. There are Western and Eastern groups of Congo Basin foragers. The Aka are in the West. They're very mobile, and they get a lot of their calories from hunting for meat and honey and gathered plant forest matter. But what they also do is regularly trade their meat with the members of another local horticultural group called the Ngandu. The Ngandu grow stuff in their gardens, and it's usually starchy crops, and they trade it with the Aka for hunted meat. In addition, the Aka regularly work in the gardens of the Ngandu in exchange for sometimes money, and then also some of the crops that they contribute to growing. This here is an Aka camp. It's in a clearing. Camps usually last a couple weeks to a couple months. And you can see here that it's a little bit misty, and it's usually in the center of a cleared area of a really lush rainforest. And these are different huts. They're spherical shaped. The huts are built by women out of local forest materials, and they're probably spherically shaped because a sphere requires the least amount of building resources. Inside the huts, there's not much, but there's a mat upon which people sleep. Men and women, spouses sleep together, and often their young children co-sleep with them in the same bed. Okay, so an overview of this study. We looked at the relationships between participants' peer-related contributions to the group, costs imposed on the group by each individual, and reputations of individuals and how they got benefits. Contributions to the group were assessed by peer rankings of being a hard worker, sharing, and being a good parent or alloparent. Peer-rated anger was associated with hitting and viewed very negatively based on a study that I did a few years prior. So we measured peer-rated anger as a measure of costs that people can impose on the group. Because inclusive fitness is important to all of our evolutionary stuff, we also measured relatedness. We got an index of kinship. And then we looked at age and sex, of course. Oh. Shoot, hang on. Okay. So we worked with camps that existed along 2 different trails, and our sample size was, in these camps there were approximately 50 total adults in the 2 camps combined. We were able to access about 40 adults who agreed to have their photograph taken. So we brought a camera with us, and we brought a little color printer. We privately interviewed 31 of those 40 people about everyone in the 40 photos, and then we worked with interpreters who spoke English and Diaka, the Aka language, or French and Diaka to conduct roughly 30-minute interviews with these 31 people. To estimate kinship, we had each participant say the names of their 2 parents and their 4 grandparents. We constructed a kinship diagram and then confirmed whether it was accurate by talking to the camp leader, and we were pretty close. So participants, our 31 participants, answered 2 to 3 of this list of questions about every one of the 40 photos that they saw. So to answer these, and we used just 2 to 3 questions because going through 40 photos for 2 to 3 questions is actually, it takes quite a bit of time. So we didn't try to ask everybody every question. It would not have been possible. And the Aka don't use numbers, and so we would ask them, is this person, for example, does this person work more or less than other Aka? And so it would be positive or negative or neutral. And then if they said more, do they work a little bit more or a lot more? And then it would be a +1 or a +2, a little bit less or a lot less, -1 to -2. So we were able to kind of turn these abstract numbers, pull these abstract numbers from people's ideas about less and more. So the questions were, does this individual in the photograph work more or less than other Aka? Does this person share more or less than other Aka? Is this person a better or worse parent than other Aka? Is this person more or less angry than other Aka? When people talk about this person, do they say more good things or more bad things? And then do other Akas share more or less with this person? Each target score was calculated from what informants said about them, and we explored which variables predicted how much others shared with the target. So many of our participants were biological relatives, and a lot of them had extensive real-life relationships. And so because of these complex relationships among the variables, we took an exploratory data-driven approach, performing a PCA on all of the study variables and then fitting a Gaussian graphical model. 21 women and 19 Aka men lived with an average of 7.6 biological kin in the sample from these 2 camps. The average relatedness to your kin was 0.3, which is kind of high. You can compare that your grandparent is related to you by 0.25. The average relatedness of the entire sample for each individual was 0.034. 12 people had no biological kin in the sample, and so there's a good amount of variance there. And then on the right are the summary statistics for age and the answers to all of the questions, and then average relatedness. And about 40 people answered. We had for 40 people for all of these. Okay, so participants rated peers on the traits, and the PCA shows which variables co-vary. We computed age separately, relatedness separately. So the PC1, which is the first panel on the top left, and also the x-axis on the graph, included works hard, high relatedness, being older, and being angry. These are positively correlated. So our interpretation was that older adults with relatives were contributing more to the camp. PC2, which is the second panel on figure A, or the y-axis on figure B, includes reputation, receiving benefits, and parenting quality. And if you look closely at the dots up on the kind of top right quadrant, there's mostly red dots. Those are the women. And in the figure B bottom left area, they're mostly purple dots. Those are men. And so our interpretation here was that women who are good parents are getting benefits from the men. PC3, which we don't have on the lower graph, just on the upper right panel, included sharing and relatedness, and our interpretation was that people share more with their kin. So all taken together, this might suggest that there's a sexual division of labor where men are producing a surplus that's transferred to good mothers. Figure C, this is all the same data, but here we just have correlations between each pair of variables controlling for all the other variables. Red is a negative correlation and green is positive. And the short story take-home message here is that women get more benefits regardless of reputation, but those with good reputations also get more. Oops, I was supposed to shorten that. Oh, well, okay. So I'll read you this slide that I failed to save after I summarized it and made it a little shorter. So taken together, these results support the prediction that good reputations are associated with receiving benefits and that reputations are positively influenced by contributions to the family. Contributions to the family and community were associated with a good reputation, which was associated with getting benefits. We also found that inclusive fitness was at play here. Genetic relatedness helped explain the transfer of resources, sharing. And finally, our results show that there's a clear sex difference, maybe due to a sexual division of labor, where women are rated as better parents and they also receive more benefits. Okay. So that was an observational study. The next studies I'm going to present are all experiments. So hunter-gatherers are really ideal for evolutionary research, but small-scale society studies are limited by sometimes small sample sizes, and also a lot of them have just been observational, so we can't infer causality. All of these next are experiments where we randomized participants into manipulated conditions that were theoretically relevant, where causal inferences would be possible. And these types of experiments are used in a whole bunch of disciplines: political science, anthropology, economics, etc. So what we're testing is whether hearing gossip about a target impacts how likely the benefit is to the participant is to give the benefit to the target. So this next study was done with a mechanical Turk population, an online international sample. Each participant, this is just the overview, read one of two scenarios that placed them in a relationship with a target of the same sex. All of the next studies are just within sex to avoid confounds of mating psychology. So they read a scenario, and then they read several positive and negative statements about the target that concerned either family or work matters, and then they indicated how likely they would be to provide valuable resources to the target, as well as their impression of the person in the target. So participants were randomly assigned to read either a work story or a family story. The work story was essentially the participant works at a company and they have the opportunity to give a salary increase, a bonus, to one of 10 employees that they supervise. One of them is named Dave or Elizabeth. How likely are you to give them the benefit after reading these gossip statements? I'll talk about in a second. The other vignette was related to family matters. The participant has inherited some valuable paintings and has the opportunity to give it to one of their cousins. How likely are they to do it? So following reading one of those two vignettes, participants read several gossip statements about the target. Some of the gossip statements were relevant to the work context and some were relevant to the family context. And so these statements we had to create. And in order to do this, we thought of what are a bunch of things that people can do in a family context that would cause you to have a bad reputation and people to not want to give you stuff versus give you stuff, and then same thing for a work context. So we wrote a bunch of statements, and each statement had a positive version and a negative version. So positive statements for work would be Elizabeth is enthusiastic with customers at work. The opposite of that would be she's unenthusiastic with customers at work. For the family condition, a positive statement would be Elizabeth loves her siblings, and a negative version would be Elizabeth hates her siblings. We had 130 separate mechanical Turk participants read a short vignette and then read these statements, and they rated each statement from 1 to 9, which is it's very good or very bad. And for each statement, the mean rating for the positive version was higher, and the mean rating for the negative version was lower, so we retained those statements. Positive statements were seen as positive and negative were seen as negative, so we went on to use those in the actual experiment. Okay, so for the experiment, participants were randomly assigned to read either the office or the work vignette, and then they read a mix of positive and negative statements about work and family. And if you read the work vignette and you read a work gossip statement, we would say that that statement matched or was context relevant or relevant to the scenario. If you did a family vignette and read family statements, those would be relevant. If you read a family vignette and read some work statements, those would be irrelevant. And so what we were trying to assess was whether the relevance of the gossip mattered. So non-matching statements were incongruent, matching statements were congruent or relevant. Then after reading all of these statements, we asked them how likely would you be to give the raise or the painting to Dave or Elizabeth, and then also asked about people's impressions of the target. We had some additional exploratory variables, and our predictions were that more positive to negative gossip would cause participants to be more likely to give the benefit, that context-relevant gossip would have a bigger impact than irrelevant gossip, and that the effects would be mediated by participants' impression of the target. So this was our sample. There are about 120 people, mostly from India and the US, and the rest were from some European countries. Mean age was 34, 56 females, 64 males. And so these graphs have these figures have the results for both the work and the family scenarios. Hearing more positive gossip relative to negative gossip led to a higher likelihood of giving the benefit, largely mediated by the impact of gossip on reputation. Family gossip had a bigger impact on giving after reading the family vignette, and work gossip had a bigger impact on giving after reading the work vignette. We didn't really find any direct effects of sex or age. So, to summarize, gossip and reputation impact how likely participants were to allocate benefits to others. Gossip relevance matters. Congruent gossip had a bigger effect than non-congruent gossip. And next, we tried to replicate this study in a small-scale society. So again, we're in the Central African Republic. This time we're working with a different population, the Ngandu horticulturalists, who live in roughly the same area as the Aka. These are the villagers, whereas the Aka are the ethnic group that live in the forest. These are some Ngandu women. They practice slash and burn horticulture. They live in a small village named Bagandu in southwest Central African Republic. Some of the foods that they grow include manioc, corn, plantains, and other crops that they grow in extensive gardens surrounding the village. They have some market integration with families selling their surplus crops, such as coffee. They do also trade their crops with Aka hunter-gatherers, where the Ngandu give them starchy crops, and the Aka trade them for meat that they hunted or honey. And then the Aka often work in the gardens of the Ngandu in exchange for starchy crops and sometimes other types of small gifts, and sometimes money. So on the left is an Aka man, on the right is an Ngandu man, and on the right is an Ngandu woman. And the guy on the left is wearing Western-style clothing, and that's because the Ngandu do have access to a Western market through a long chain. The woman on the right is wearing textiles that were probably made in the neighboring country of Congo, and so they have access to market stuff. This is an Ngandu husband and wife, and when we first kind of set out to do this study, we were thinking, what will be our scenario and what will be our gossip statements? And in the Ngandu, witchcraft accusations play a really important role in their everyday lives. Typically, they arise over jealousy or others' accumulations of wealth, and so people gossip that they've gotten these benefits because of witchcraft, or that they've lost benefits because of witchcraft. And so we started writing our scenarios and gossip statements about witchcraft, and then told our research assistant, and he said, don't joke about witchcraft. No. Someone would be very upset. No, you cannot use witchcraft. So we changed our scenarios entirely. We worked for several days with our research assistants to come up with scenarios and statements. One more thing about the Ngandu, they strongly value a reputation for generosity, and they typically transfer a lot of materials along paternal and maternal relatives. Their language is typically Ngandu, which is a Bantu language, and then Sango, which is the national language of Central African Republic, but a lot of men also speak French. They are not egalitarian like the Aka. There's a much more hierarchical organization where age and sex matter, and there are also some formal status roles, such as the elected village mayor. Polygyny is common, and co-wives often compete for resources. And these are two Ngandu women with their young children. In addition to horticulturally produced foods, there's a small market in Bagandu that carries baked goods and fabric and processed foods. And then on the top right, this is a big tarp laid out with I don't know, millions of caterpillars that have been foraged. When we arrived in 2012 in August, it was just the beginning of caterpillar season, which is a 2 to 3 week period where caterpillars are growing and feeding, and there's tons of different species of them, and in some places they're literally just falling out of trees and you can collect them, and some of them are very poisonous, some of them need to be heavily processed to be used as food. These particular caterpillars were being dried, and then after they're fully dried they grind them into a powder that's kind of like a black flour, and you can use it for a bunch of different types of foods. Some of the caterpillars are more prized than others. We went to one market and there's a caterpillar that was big as this microphone, and it was fat and writhing and colorful, and apparently the ones with more fat taste like bacon. A little bit more on the Ngandu. Shortly before we arrived in the village, diamonds and gold were discovered nearby, and this created jobs for local men to do some mineral mining. And when the mineral mining is a really dangerous activity. They use dynamite, they blow a hole into the ground, and then a group of men go in and attempt to find as many diamonds and bits of gold that they can. And then in the process, though, the blast created by the dynamite causes the walls of the pit to be very unstable, so often the walls will fall in and crush individuals to death. Sometimes also the underground water will rapidly flood into the bombed out hole, and people drown all the time from this. But the benefits are really high. If you find diamonds or gold, it's extremely valuable, and you can buy really nice things like this guy who has his motorcycle. So mining is dangerous, but it can result in windfalls that can be really beneficial. A few months after we left, Central African Republic plunged into a civil war that's still ongoing, so we haven't been able to go back there for quite a while. Okay, so the experiment. For the mechanical Turk experiment, participants read the stimuli. For the Ngandu version of this, we had Ngandu research assistants who helped us design our stimuli and who worked as our translators to run the study. So each participant listened to a translator tell one of 2 vignettes and then read the positive and negative work and family gossip statements. And Ngandu do work with numbers, so they were able to rate things on a numerical scale. And again, our research assistants helped us create the vignettes. So each Ngandu participant listened to a translator read them one of 2 scenarios that put them in a situation with a same-sex target to whom they could allocate a resource. The family scenario involved the participant being the executor of a parent's belongings, and the participant has to decide whether to give a valuable article of clothing to their sibling at the parent's death. And the sibling is an Ngandu sibling named Michael or Marie. In the work scenario, the participant is the boss, the patron, of several same-sexed Aka workers on their manioc garden. The participant gets a windfall and has to decide whether to share with a particular worker named Malasa, a common male Aka name, or Mali, a common female Aka name. So they heard their stimuli, and then they learned of several negative and positive gossip statements that were relevant to the target's family relationships or relevant to the target's work-related behaviors. And then participants also indicated their impression of the target, and the French word we used was opinion, and how likely they were to give the target the resource. Our predictions were that when there were more positive relative to negative statements, that would cause participants to be more likely to give the benefit. We predicted that context-relevant gossip would have a bigger impact than irrelevant gossip, and we predicted that the effects would be mediated by participants' impressions or opinion of the target. So again, we needed some culturally relevant stimuli. We used the common Aka and Ngandu names. I all started with M, and some examples of our work gossip statements were M does or does not steal corn from his or her patrons, or M always never finishes their work. Another one that was kind of fun was when they're working, they step on the plants. They do or they don't. Some examples of family gossip statements included M does or does not give money to his or her family, and M says good or bad things about their family. We had 39 independent Ngandu individuals rate statements for goodness or badness from +2 to 0 to -2, and then we only retained the statements that those participants indicated as divergent enough. So I have 4 vignettes here. I'm just going to read you this one so you can get a feel for it. And this was translated into Sango and for a couple people in French. And this is a male version, and this is the family vignette. Imagine you have 5 brothers, and you have spent the last year working in Bangui. You have not seen your brothers for the last year, and your father has died. You are the héritier, the oldest same-sex child who is always the executor of the parents' belongings. And your father left you 2 very expensive Italian suits. When your father was alive, he told you that when he died, you were to give one of the suits to your brothers. Michael is one of your brothers, and you must decide to give the suit to him or another brother. Listen to these things that you have heard about Michael while you were away. And this is just the work vignette. And this involves an Aka worker in your garden, and you have some valuable item that you can allocate to the Aka worker. In the field, we didn't have nice, clean, white computer labs and computers to have people read our stimuli. So we actually had some paper, and we wrote out our vignettes and had a very kind of low-tech way of doing this. So this is just a sample of the French versions of our 4 stimuli, the male and the female, the family, and the work versions. And then for our statements, I had a bunch of paper, and I happened to bring some clear packing tape with me, so I laminated all of these little slips of paper, and each participant got a unique selection of statements. We wrote some custom software to give us a list of new positive to negative family and gossip statements to use for every individual participant. So they were numbered, and we just picked out those numbers, laid them down, and those were the ones that our research assistants read. Again, the main dependent variable was participants rated their opinion of the target and then how likely they would be to allocate the resource to the target. And so the stimuli for this, Ngandu do understand numbers, so they would point to a number, and on the right here is our recordings of their numbers. It was very low tech, it was kind of fun. And then here's just another set of questions that they answered by pointing to numbers. These are the summary statistics. There were about 78 people in the family condition and about 82 people in the work condition. And then here's the results. So hearing more positive gossip relative to negative gossip led to a higher likelihood of giving the benefit in both conditions, mediated by the effect on impression. So when you heard gossip, it impacted your impression score, and your impression score, positive to negative, strongly impacted how likely you were to give the benefit. If you had a really high positive impression, you were very likely to give the benefit. If you had a low negative impression, you were unlikely to give the benefit. And we also did find support for the hypothesis that context relevance matters. In the work condition, work gossip had a bigger effect on giving, and in the family condition, family gossip had a bigger impact on giving. Okay, so to summarize, we had the Aka Forager study where reputation was associated with getting benefits, observational. In the Mechanical Turk and Ngandu experiments, gossip positivity versus negativity and relevance caused differential resource allocation mediated by reputation. So if those with good reputations get more resources than those with poor reputations, then gossip might be an evolved strategy to compete for valuable and scarce material and social resources. So the next experiment has a number of conditions, and we ask the question, does competition cause participants to gossip? And again, we looked at some of these variables. Is the gossip relevant? Is the gossip positive or negative? And do features of the contested resource also come into play? So for an overview of this next experiment, the competitive gossip experiment, the general design had the same elements of the previous experiments. Participants read a vignette in either a work or a family context and then read several negative and positive statements about the target. However, instead of indicating how likely you were to give a benefit to the target, after reading a gossip statement, you said, how likely am I to tell this statement to someone else? So participants were now gossiping about the target. They were randomly assigned into manipulated vignettes, and there were about 66 people per condition, and we didn't do every possible combination of the multiple variables. We kind of kept it simple to reduce our need for massive numbers of participants. Okay, so our predictions were that if gossip is useful in reputational competition, then gossip content should target aspects of reputation that are most relevant to the context. Competition over food might inspire negative gossip about previous food sharing, but not necessarily negative gossip about fertility. We also know that in animals, resource scarcity and resource value increase competition. There's a number of studies in primates that have looked at this, and so inspired by animal models of resource competition, we predicted that participants would transmit more negative gossip about their competitor target and less positive gossip about their competitor target when the thing that they are competing for is valuable and scarce. So we change these variables, the 3 red variables, in the next several slides. So our first prediction was that the content of gossip about a competitor is relevant to the context of the competition between the gossiper and the gossipee. So again, we used vignettes. This was an online survey. There's an office version and a family version. In the office version, you know about a person who works in the office with you. In the family version, you know about a cousin who happens to live in your same neighborhood. So they read about a target, and then they gossiped about the target by reading a factual statement and then indicating how likely they were to transmit the statement. So our prediction was that in the office condition, participants would relay more office gossip than family, and in the family condition, they would relay more family gossip than office gossip. So for our results, we computed positive and negative gossip scores separately for office gossip and family gossip. Higher values indicate a greater likelihood of transmitting the gossip. And in the left panel, family gossip was more likely to be transmitted after reading the family scenario and less likely in the office scenario. On the right, work gossip was more likely to be transmitted in the office condition and less so in the family condition. There wasn't a lot of difference between the positive and the negative gossip, though. As predicted, gossip scores were family biased in the family condition and office biased in the office condition, and this was a large effect with a D of about 0.88 to 1.1. Second prediction version of this experiment: if gossip is used strategically to increase access to contested resources, participants should transmit more negative gossip and less positive gossip about a competitor when the contested resource is high value versus low value. So if the thing that you are competing over is really valuable, you're going to gossip worse about your competitor. That's the general idea. And for this, we were done looking at context relevance, so we picked only the office vignette and then added some manipulations to it. Imagine you work in an office, your company has done well, your supervisor has said that there's going to be a promotion, you are a candidate, this coworker, Elizabeth or Dave, is a candidate, and the promotion comes with either a small or a large salary increase. And we measured again participants' likelihood of relaying positive and negative gossip to a coworker about the target that they were competing with. And as predicted, a large salary increased the use of negative gossip relative to a small salary. But contrary to predictions, there was no significant effect of salary size on positive gossip. So the more valuable the thing is that you're competing for, the more likely you are to spread negative gossip about a competitor. That says a lot. Third prediction for this experiment: if gossip is used strategically to access contested resources, participants should transmit more negative gossip and less positive gossip about a competitor when the competed for resource is more scarce versus less scarce. So, two ways that you can place a value on a contested resource is it a good thing that you actually want, or is that there are a lot of it or a little bit of it available? If you're a primatologist, you might remember some of these studies of monopolizability and non-monopolizability. That was some of my early inspiration for making variation in the value and the scarcity of these resources. Okay, because I know there's some primatologists in the audience. Fantastic stuff. Okay, so using the office vignette and only the large raise version to keep competition high, we next manipulated how many promotions there were available. You're the participant, you have a target, there are promotions that you and the target are competing for, and there's either 1 promotion, 3 promotions, or 5 promotions. There's 10 of you in the office who are eligible. Elizabeth or Dave is one of your competitors, and you sit next to them so you know a bunch of gossip about Elizabeth or Dave. As predicted, scarcer resources, fewer promotions, caused an increase in negative gossip. Contrary to predictions, scarcity did not have an effect on positive gossip. So the fewer promotions there were, the more scarce the resource, the more negatively you gossiped. Competition. So to summarize this experiment, the content of gossip about a competitor is relevant to the context of the competition between the gossiper and the gossipee. More valuable contested resources increase negative gossip, and scarcer contested resources increase negative gossip about a competitor. So these results, I think, really strongly support the social competition theories of gossip, and not really so much the social cohesion. You wouldn't be harming your competitors within the group for the benefit of the whole group. It's much more strongly supporting the social competition theories, in my interpretation. Okay. So we know that having a good reputation is associated with getting benefits, the ACA study. We know that gossip valence, positivity or negativity, and relevance impact resource allocation. And we know that increased competition causes participants to gossip in specific ways. So if there is competitive gossip, this might also imply that there could be incentives to manipulate or fabricate gossip to your own benefit. And so if people do gossip in self-serving ways, should maybe those who are hearing the gossip be more critical of it? Should they pay attention to figure out whether it's true or not? And so we had 3 hypotheses related to gossip believability. So the first manipulation involves source number. The hypothesis was that gossip would be more believable when it comes from multiple sources because the probability that 2 people will benefit by telling the same false story is smaller than the probability that only 1 person will. And so we had participants evaluate the truth of gossip that had been relayed by 1, 2, 3, and 4 independent sources. It was a between-subject study where you heard some gossip and you heard that Jane said it, Jane and Susie said it, Jane, Susie, and Bill said it, Jane, Susie, Bill, and Sam said it. Did increasing source number increase how much you believed the gossip? And we said, more sources should increase believability, and the participants here were 125 UCSB undergraduates. And I'll just go ahead and read the vignette. Pretend you are an employee at a company that's having a large holiday party. The party takes place after work. You're at the party, the president is there, and so is Kathy, another employee. Kathy is very talkative and friendly. You notice the president is talking to a lot of people that night. You leave the party early. The next day at work, another employee who was at the party, Linda, tells you that she saw Kathy hitting on the company president after you left. And then to different people, we said an additional person, Steve, saw it, and then Rachel saw it, and then Rob saw it. And the dependent variable is simple. How likely is it that Kathy was really hitting on the company president? And as predicted, believability increased monotonically with the number of sources. The mean believability score of those who heard from 4 gossipers was 45% higher than those who heard from 1 gossiper. For 1 source versus 4 sources, the effect size was very large, D at 1.43. So the more people you hear the same story from, the more likely you are to believe it. And the biggest jump here is between 2 and 3 independent sources. Okay, so more people telling the same story increases the believability, but what if those multiple disseminators have a relationship with one another where maybe they colluded, or maybe one person just heard the story from someone else? So to be more, should our do we have structure to our way that we discern whether gossip is true or not. So information is probably more accurate when you receive it not simply from just multiple sources, but from multiple independent sources. Independent people are going to have decreased odds of mistakes and lying. Receivers of gossip should be more likely to believe independent gossipers than dependent gossipers. And then we said, well, what if they are maybe independent, maybe not dependent? What if they're friends and you know that they're friends? We predicted that independent sources who are friends should be less believable than independent sources who were not friends because they probably didn't collude, but maybe more than truly dependent sources. So again, participants rated believability by two sources, and we manipulated the relationship between those two sources. We predicted that independent sources would be the most believed, and dependent sources would be the least believed, with friends somewhere in the middle. And participants here were 197 undergraduates. Pretend you're at this office party. Kathy and their boss are also at the party. The next day, Linda tells you she saw Kathy hitting on their boss at the party, and then another employee says they saw that. And then another employee who was Linda's friend says they saw that. Or then another employee tells you that they heard from Linda that they saw Kathy hitting on the boss. And again, how likely is it that Kathy was really hitting on the boss? How much do you believe this gossip? Believability increased from dependent to friends to fully independent resources. And a polynomial contrast indicated that the linear trend was significant. Okay. Finally, we thought, okay, let's see if we can work competitive gossip into this notion of a gossip receiver psychology that attends to cues associated with believability. Because competition between a gossiper and their target increases the incentive of the gossiper to manipulate their story, competition should probably decrease the believability of gossip. So participants again read a vignette and indicated how likely they believed the gossip. We predicted that competition between the gossiper and the target, the gossipee, would decrease believability. And this was a study that we did in Germany with 151 students. So here's the translation. You are an employee in an office where you work with Frau Hauser and Frau Schreiber. One day you run into Frau Hauser at a cafe during lunch. Frau Hauser tells you that Frau Schreiber was recently arrested for shoplifting. In this, we worked with some German peers to say, you know, this is plausible. The following sentence was then added or not added. They are competing with each other to become the new office manager. How much then do you believe Frau Hauser? When competition was absent, German participants believed the gossip significantly more than when the competition was present. So people are not just believing every bit of gossip they hear. They're paying attention to cues that they're getting from the sender of the gossip and the content of the gossip to evaluate whether it's true, supporting the idea that people might be gossiping competitively. So to summarize that experiment, believability increases with source number, with source independence, and with a lack of competition between the gossiper and the gossipee. So to conclude, in the Aka Forager study, reputation was associated with getting benefits. This supports the social competition and probably also the policing theories. Exploratory ideas on this is that maybe resources are preferentially going to women. In the mechanical Turkin and Gondu experiments, we found that gossip positivity versus negativity and relevance caused differential resource allocation, and this could support either the social competition theories or the policing theories. In the competitive gossip experiments, we found that relevant gossip is used more. This could support either the social cohesion or the social competition theories. In the competitive gossip experiments, we also found that scarcer, more valuable resources caused more negative gossip. This seems to only support the social competition theories, not the social cohesion theories. And then finally, the believability study suggested that more independent sources and a lack of competition increases believability, and this supports the social competition theories as well. And so for some future directions, Gossip may be a competitive strategy. It's also a non-physical form of competition, if so. There are other forms of competition, of course, including physical aggression. And so the current study that we're working on is we're trying to understand under what conditions do people use gossip to compete versus using physical aggression to compete. And our hypotheses are that when the competitor is a member of your own group, you gossip. But when the competitor is a member of an out group, you physically aggress. We are also going to be looking at sex differences in that study. And I didn't present research on allies, but I'm also doing some work on whether having an ally in this gossip competition helps you win these reputational battles. And just thanks to our ACA, Ngandu, Mechanical Turk, German, and US participants, and we got our funding from UCSB, the Max Planck Institute for Human Development LIFE program, and Washington State University College of Arts and Sciences. That's it.
Thank you very much for a fascinating talk. Very interesting topic. So, are there any questions, discussions, suggestions? Dennis?
Sorry, I talked too much. But I was delighted with your study. I found it straightforward and sophisticated, and I really liked it. And there were three things in particular that I was really happy to hear you do. And the first were the peer ratings. I did peer ratings with Kayapo Indians in 1977. And I lived for a year and a half among the Indian groups, and I found that these peer ratings were among the useful data that I collected. And I always wondered why people didn't use them more. And so I'm absolutely delighted to see that you used the peer ratings. It's a wonderful technique.
Yeah, I think actually our biggest challenge in that study was finding people who would be happy to be photographed. Oh. And because, you know, some people have ideas about photographs and, you know, what they can do to your spirit or whatever. But fortunately, you know, we took the pictures, we printed them, and then when the study was over, we gave the photographs to them. And so hopefully that didn't make them too upset.
Oh, yeah. I only had one problem with the peer rating. I asked people who were the most aggressive men, the most warlike, and one woman I asked was a woman who had stolen from another Indian group when she was a child, and she spoke Kayapo with an accent. And I asked her, well, who are the most aggressive and warlike people? And she said, oh, Karakieri. He killed my brother and my mother and my sister.
Oh.
I thought, my God, what am I doing here? But anyway, I just thought it was a wonderful technique. And when you have small groups where everybody knows everyone else,
yeah.
it just so intense. The other thing I really liked, which I used and I also found terribly useful, I really like it. It matches my way of thinking, is your use of path analysis. I really like that idea because I think in terms of causal sequences, and that's the best way to do it, and I really appreciated that you're using that. And the third thing is something I didn't use, but I've sometimes had students use it, and I think it is fairly often used, but it's the idea of priming. You put a story and bury the story, and you see what the outcome is, which is fairly simple. I've had students simply make up comic strips with alternate stories and mix them up. They have to draw some conclusion, and they distribute them in a classroom. It's great for a senior thesis. And
it's fun to create these and think about the group that you're working with. I mean, when we were designing our stimuli, the prime for the Ngandu, we had our research assistants with us, and we spent 3 or 4 days just thinking what matters. And I don't know if you saw in the stimuli, I said, what would be something valuable? And he said, an Italian suit. And I never would have thought, what? And then for the women, it was a dress made in Congo, next door country, that was a very valuable thing. So we really just tried to pay attention to what they told us was valuable and what they thought was a reasonable scenario. And I mean, the notes that I took on this, I looked at them recently before this talk, and I had, wow, that's weird Italian, huh? Okay, do they really get these? You know, and then I asked some other folks, and they said, oh yes, that's what all men really want, is an Italian suit.
Another advantage to this technique, when I used it, all I had to really understand, I didn't have to know that much language. I got the questions down about peer reputation, is what I'm talking about. I needed to get the question, then I just asked, who is, and all I had to know was the name. And so it didn't require a whole lot of linguistic ability to carry it out. So it was another great advantage. The third thing I wanted to comment on, it's just maybe a suggestion, maybe it's interesting. I was on a MA thesis bank committee, evaluation committee, and the student did a thing that I think may be relevant. It's the idea that you can increase negative reactions but not positive reactions. Kind of disappointing thing about human nature. But his study was on sports team fanatics. He basically analyzed how much people identified with their team or how fanatic they were, and he wanted to know how that affected their willingness to be generous or to harm other people. And he was from phys ed, so he used a hand grip thing. He said, oh, tell me how much you're really going to squeeze it as much as you think you want to invest, or how much evil you want to do to your partner. And what he found was that fanaticism and identity with your team didn't affect at all how willing you were to be generous to your own team. On the other hand, it did affect how much harm you were willing to do to the other team.
Yeah.
and so that sounds like very similar to your findings that you can. It's easy to create negative feelings. It's hard to create positive. And of course,
I think that's more support for the social competition theories. People,
definitely.
In every other species, it's okay to say that members of the same species compete to reproduce more. But when we talk about it with humans, everyone says, no, humans are good and kind and wonderful. And
maybe not so kind, yeah. Oh, and finally, but this is just pure speculation. Somebody else is probably going to ask it. This sounds kind of relevant to, here in Brazil, WhatsApp is a big gossip machine here. And, there are all these studies on messages being highly negative and stuff like that being sent on a lot more and that kind of thing. I don't know if you have any reflections on that. That's
right.
Basic.
I don't know if I have the tech skills to do the social networking stuff, but I think about it too. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks for your talk. I have a comment and then a question. I never saw Dunbar's theory of gossip as either social cohesion or competition.
That's my kind of distillation of 20 plus theories that people have for gossip. And it comes from, everybody has their own theory for gossip. And then with the evolutionary people, everyone has their own theory. And I really saw that some of them were arguably more group selection-y, and some of them were more individual selection-y. And then even outside of the evolutionary people, some of the early anthropologists said it's for the group or it's for the individual. Pain was for the individual, Gluckman was for the group. And so that's my distillation. And I've talked with some of the gossip researchers out there. There's a group in Amsterdam and there's one in Italy. And they too kind of say, it's kind of helps the group or helps yourself. So I think it's something out there. And I was happy to see that other people kind of saw those two distillations as well.
But yes, just because I think when a gossiper provides information to his or her partner, he's kind of providing valuable information for the second person, right? So that information could be positive or negative about someone, but it's beneficial for the second partner.
So in these two camps of gossip research, some people view gossip itself as the valued commodity that you're giving. And those are maybe some of the more group selection-y people. Others view gossip as a tool for a more tangible resource. And that would be the more social competition theories. In some of my other writings on gossip, I argue that there's kind of three parts to gossip. There's acquiring the information, there's analyzing it, which you can do with a person you're gossiping with, and then there's disseminating it, which is also called gossip, telling everyone. And I would argue that most of the gossip that we do is acquiring it and analyzing it, and then we only disseminate it when the time is right, when it's time to compete with someone. So we might hold a whole bunch of gossip for ourselves, and we're not sharing it until it benefits ourselves. And the social cohesion theorists really look more, they do a lot of economic experimental games, and they look more at gossip itself as the valued resource, and the gossip behavior is much more the dissemination part, not the processing and detective work. So, and we certainly do all three of those, but some of the researchers emphasize different aspects of the phenomenon, I would argue.
And I have a question. If you have any insights on cancel culture, because I think it's very damaging for the target, right?
Yeah, I mean, cancel culture comes when somebody disseminates the gossip, and I think that cancel culture, I would guess, it seems to be the case that people who are canceling other people don't like them and don't want their political views, and they increase their own power by disseminating gossip in a way that removes them as a competitor. Yeah. Thanks.
Other questions? Oh, sure.
So I was curious about the ACA community because the research was with some pictures of people they knew about. If it had any negative impact on them, because later on they might have talked about it, you know, like, so have you seen, what did you say about someone? What did you say about Sam? And they would start to think about questions they weren't thinking before.
I definitely saw that there was some variation in the enthusiasm that some people had for telling us what was going on. And I did see some people were more hesitant to say anything, so they said 0, 0, 0 instead of. But we also had everybody, we interviewed in private with no other member of their group near them, and we had our IRB approval to make sure that, you know, they knew that we would never say anything about this to anyone, and we read all of that to them. And then at the end, we gave them their photograph. And so we did still have, you know, a digital copy of it, but we hope that kind of giving them these pictures back might make them worry less about what we had all been saying. But we didn't really hear any feedback. And this study we did do kind of right at the end of our field visit because it was caterpillar season and we couldn't access any ACA because they were out gathering caterpillars. And then the last 3 days of our time there, we could finally run the study. And that's partially why we only had 31 raters instead of all 40 come back. But yeah, it is something, you know, absolutely that you want to consider. And we really did do our best to reduce harm in the population.
Thanks.
Last question, if there is one. Yeah.
I also have a question about the ACA. You said they are really egalitarian and between generations, so there isn't a chief, there isn't a...
They don't really have a formal chief. They do often have a person who's more of a shaman role, so a person who's very skilled in healing. Sometimes that's a woman. And then they have a person who's usually older and male and the best hunter who he can't tell anybody what to do, but people respect him and they go to him for advice. So they have an older, wiser man that they come for advice and... Yeah,
okay.
But it wasn't a formal role. It's not a head man or a tribal leader or a chief. It's just a person who has kind of earned respect through their demonstrated competence. And again, with the men, it's more the successful hunters who are older males. And with the women, it's the older women who have a lot of medicinal plant knowledge. And then the shaman who have a lot of medicinal plant knowledge and also a lot of spiritual knowledge. And those can be men or women.
But there is also a, let's say, hierarchy between parents and their children or something like that.
So, you know, of course, age, we'll always have some type of hierarchy, but the ACA are really, they try to undo that. They really treat their children as very highly valued. I mean, some have argued that the ACA are the most indulgent parenting culture in the world, or that's been studied. They're very just explicitly, this is my child, I love it, I will do anything for it, and it's more valuable than myself. They're very, and everybody loves kids.
Okay, thank you very much.
Fathers as well, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I said it was the last question. So thank you very much again, Nicole, for a very nice talk. And let's have one of our delicious coffee breaks, right? And we will come back in 15 minutes to have our other plenary talk. Thank you so far. I will do it. let's start. Let's start again. I know that people are still gossiping and talking, right? Practicing actually the topic of the talk before. So, and now we will go for another one, for another plenary talk, and it's my great pleasure to invite Justin Mogilski, who is assistant professor at the University of South Carolina in the United States. And he does lots of interesting research on decision making and many other things. But the research I know better from him is about consensually non-monogamous relationships. So he's actually a leader of a great international team of researchers who are collaborating on this topic, and actually we are one of those, right? So so it is actually really great to see him over here, and we are looking forward to his talk. So it's your turn. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. That was a wonderful introduction. All right, thank you all for being here. So, as Jarkko mentioned, my name is Dr. Justin Mogilski. I'm an assistant professor of psychology at the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. As I've learned from, I think, the anthropologists at this conference, it's that when you are trying to make an argument or trying to describe something, it's probably helpful to give some background and give some context for it. So I want to describe my background, and I think that will help everyone understand how I've gotten onto the topic of consensual non-monogamy from the history of research that I've done. So I was raised in Pennsylvania in the United States. I got my master's from Bucknell University working with Dr. T. Joel Wade, who's an experimental social psychologist. I got my PhD from Oakland University, where I worked with, my advisor was Dr. Lisa Welling, but Oakland's a bit of a hive mind, and so I ended up working with people like Todd Shackelford as well, who's many people probably know. Virgil Ziegler-Hill, who's a personality psychologist, so I was trained in some personality science. Jennifer Vonk, who's a comparative cognitivist, so some of that work as well. And what I've published on is actually a variety of topics, including one of my earliest works was on mate poaching, which mate poaching is, rather than, if you are looking for a relationship, going after someone who's single, attempting to get into a relationship with someone who is currently in a relationship. I've looked at infidelity more broadly and preferences for a partner's fidelity within a relationship, cross-gender friendships. When I was getting my PhD, I also looked at morphometric cues of partner attractiveness, things like facial attractiveness, body attractiveness, and the things that we pay attention to while looking at people's faces. I've developed the use of something called conjoint analysis in the study of mate preferences and how people make trade-offs in the traits that they're looking for in a potential mate. And then more recently, and where I've kind of stuck, is consensual non-monogamy. And so I want to answer why. Why is this such a, I think, an important topic for evolutionary psychologists in particular, or evolutionary scientists more broadly, why they should be focusing on these kinds of relationships. How did I start with everything? Well, I was curious. And the other part of it was, a little bit higher? Sure, you are. I was curious. And the other part of it is that long ago I was a mate poacher. When I told my wife that I'd be introducing myself as a mate poacher at this talk, she looked at me and she said, I'm not sure if you want to do that. I disagree. I actually think that of the many topics that we can talk about, the things that we consider perhaps a little bit more immoral, things that we suspect may be exploitative, that are harmful to people, those are the things to talk about, and it happens, and we need to understand why. The other thing is I think the experience of mate poaching is poorly understood, and that when I was getting into relationships and being a mate poacher, what that experience was like to me was, well, I found some people attractive, and I happened to notice that, well, their relationship maybe wasn't as high of quality as they wanted. They enjoyed spending time with me. I enjoyed spending time with them. So it was not exploitative. I wasn't looking to manipulate them. It was just that it clicked, and that was the circumstance. And so one of the first studies that I published on was looking at how friendship, being friends with someone might be a strategy for forming a relationship with someone who is in a relationship themselves. And so we experimentally manipulated vignettes, some stories, presented them to people, and we asked them how successful, how satisfying a relationship would be if, for example, you were friends with someone before you ended up mate poaching them, and how effective that would be. The other big question that I had was, well, is poaching really immoral? If this is something that people are doing with some frequency, and I think that you can poach without having nefarious intent, without intending to exploit others, really what makes that so harmful? And I started looking at pathological personality traits or dark personality traits, willingness to exploit others for personal gain. And in a later study that I did with some colleagues, we found that mate poaching is not something that is just a uniform practice. There are varieties of intensity, of harm that can be inflicted, and it seems that people who are relatively higher on this willingness to exploit others are those who are mate poaching in a way that's more aggressive, that tends to be more unpleasant for those involved, etc. I also related this to staying friends with an ex, the reasons that people continue to be in a relationship after they break up, and again, looking at how those dark personality traits, that willingness to exploit, is associated with why you stay friends. And so I also looked at, to the extent to which people prioritize traits like honesty, humility, or the willingness to exploit when you're looking for a partner. I'm sure many people in this room are familiar with the work by David Buss and many others, looking at, for example, sex differences in preference for physical attractiveness, for social status, financial resources. What we did in this study is we sought to replicate that using a different design, but we included a characteristic that I think is not often included when people are comparing, say, those traits, social status, financial resources, physical attractiveness, to trust. That is, how important is it to have a partner that is trustworthy, that is going to be a reliable cooperator? And what we found was that trust floats to the top. And in fact, if you include trust in profiles where they have to evaluate different traits in a partner, those sex differences disappear. People are loading all of their ability to choose on these trust traits, and so the sex differences disappear. So at the same time that I was doing this, I was also doing, again, studies on morphometric cues, the interest in things like sexual dimorphism of the face, how masculine or feminine an individual tends to appear, and its contribution to perceptions of attractiveness, masculinity, etc. And this was part of my PhD, and so I was doing it to fulfill the dissertation requirement. But one of the conclusions that I started to come to was that people are prioritizing, it seems, above cues of health, such as symmetry, or color cues of health, things like skin blood perfusion, how red the face tends to be. They're prioritizing these sexually dimorphic traits, these masculine or feminine qualities. Well, if we look at what motivates aggressive, exploitative behavior, the qualities that tend to be associated with this, sexually dimorphic traits are predicting, on average, those tendencies. And so we know that sexually dimorphic traits, masculine, feminine characteristics, are those which have conferred an advantage during sexual conflict, during intrasexual competition. So these are traits that perhaps people are paying attention to because they signal something about the ability to compete, or the ability to, say, coerce or exploit an individual. Some research has shown that masculinity, facial masculinity, is associated with kind of heightened preferences for dominance, being dominant, as well as lower ratings of suitability as a long-term mate. More recent work has looked at how masculine traits tend to be associated with, or they seem to be able to enable coercion and predatory behavior, things like emotional manipulation or success during competitive, that is, high inequality environments, and is related to aggression and violence. So I started in my own mind thinking, all right, if we're looking at when certain mating behaviors like mate poaching tend to be more exploitative, more aggressive, people are being harmed, maybe it's not that these strategies are universally harmful, but rather there are some people who are doing them in relatively more harmful ways. while I was doing all this, I was also studying consensual non-monogamy. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what consensual non-monogamy is, so it's abbreviated CNM, and I'm going to be calling that throughout this talk. It's when you and your partners agree to form multiple romantic or sexually intimate relationships, what we would otherwise call extra pair relationships, things like at the same, and everyone agrees to it. These examples would be polyamory, open relationships, swinging relationships. And this topic got me curious because if you look at most of EvPsych research, we're characterizing conflict, struggle, subterfuge, deception within relationships because there is this motive to, there is this motive shaped by sexual conflict to compete for mates. And so these are individuals who seem to be in relationships that otherwise are characterized as very conflictory within monogamy, and yet they seem to be making it work. They're happy. So how? How are they doing this? What that motivated me to do was just to start testing some very basic evolutionary psychological hypotheses within these samples, within consensually non-monogamous relationships. And so the earliest study I published on this was looking at the frequency of mate retention, for example. What we found is that both monogamous individuals and people in consensually non-monogamous relationships are engaging in mate retention. But if you break apart consensual non-monogamy and look at how people are engaging in mate retention with, for example, primary partners, those that they spend a lot of time with, they have shared goals, versus secondary partners, ones that they are incorporated into the relationship, but maybe there aren't as many shared goals or intent to continue on, they're engaging in more mate retention with primary partners than with secondary partners. So they seem to be distinguishing partners that perhaps, this is one interpretation, are relatively more valuable or that they would care to lose compared to others. We also found that individuals within these relationships didn't, they reported more communication in general than people in monogamous relationships, but they were just as satisfied as individuals within monogamous relationships. We also, in a separate study, looked at sex differences in jealousy. There's once again a very common, a well-documented phenomenon whereby men relative to women tend to be more upset by or more interested in their partner's sexual infidelities versus women compared to men are relatively more upset by emotional infidelity. Well, we tested this in a monogamous sample, we replicated that finding, but we also tested it in a consensually non-monogamous sample, and we didn't observe those sex differences. So there's something going on such that these relationships in many ways are similar to monogamous ones, but in some of the ways that we would traditionally predict them to differ in monogamous relationships, they're not differing in that way in consensually non-monogamous relationships. I also tested, one of the ideas that we were thinking is, well, once again, the source of conflict in monogamy can sometimes be related to perhaps the traits or the environmental characteristics that we would expect if people have unrestricted sociosexuality, things like fast life history. So in this study, we looked at whether individuals within consensually non-monogamous relationships are more likely to have fast life history traits, things like willingness to take risks, how often they avoid pathogens and disease or have a motivation to avoid pathogens. And what we found is that relative to monogamous individuals, they did have faster personality traits. They were more willing to take risk, and they did not avoid pathogens as often, and they had greater interest in short-term versus long-term relationships. So this is odd because they have these traits that we would normally expect would be associated with conflict. And yet in practice, if you look at the research in relationship science, sexuality science, who are documenting relationship outcomes within consensually non-monogamous relationships, they're still having satisfactory, high-quality relationships. They're still having outcomes that, despite perhaps having these traits, they are figuring out how to make it work. So this got me to think whether CNM, consensual non-monogamy, might in some way be a better or more secure strategy for pursuing a relationship with more than one individual at once. That is, if individuals they have these traits, maybe there's something about the practice of consensually non-monogamy that is inhibiting some of the negative outcomes you would normally observe. So if you're curious about what is happening in consensually non-monogamous relationships, so they're actually very similar to monogamous ones. Looking at the research, they tend to be demographically diverse, so people of all walks of life of different parts of society are in consensually non-monogamous relationships. Though there are some important differences. For example, people in CNM relationships tend to be more likely to be bisexual, have a non-binary gender. They're also more, tend to have a more unrestricted sociosexuality, meaning that they have a more favorable attitude towards casual sex and engaging in casual sex. But otherwise, more similarities than differences. They tend to pursue emotional and sexual intimacy. They form committed relationships. They experience passionate love. They have shared goals with partners. Again, everything you would expect in a monogamous relationship. They have sex for both sexual and relational fulfillment. They build families. And this is an underdeveloped area of research in my opinion, but there is evidence coming out that they build families, and they depending on how children are thought about in those families, those children can have comparable life outcomes to those in monogamous relationships. They engage in mate retention, so we know that they are, for example, valuing certain partners and then attempting to keep those partners if they deem them valuable. And they attempt to resolve conflict. Again, everything you'd expect in a monogamous relationship. But of course, there's an additional challenge. They have another partner. And what I would argue is, if we take consensual out of the definition, if we just take consensual out and we look at the challenges of non-monogamy, of having more than one partner at once, there are some unique things. This is quite tricky. There are some unique issues that need to be addressed. For example, if you have more than two individuals who are involved intimately with one another at the same time, you now have to worry about third parties, or there being an audience, right? So now any conflict that occurs in the relationship, you have a third person who maybe could act as a moderator, someone who helps resolve that conflict, but you could also be forming alliances such that two individuals could gang up on or treat unfairly someone else. And I think that if looking at this from an ev-psych perspective, I think a really good model for understanding how alliances and third parties matter is work by Kurzban and colleagues, looking at, again, they do an excellent job of I think, characterizing the moral concerns that arise when you have a third party or more. So I think alliance formation is a unique problem that individuals within non-monogamous relationships broadly have to consider. There's also an argument that there might be greater intra-sexual competition, such that, well, if you're in a monogamous relationship and you are truly not having relationships with other people outside of a pair bond, there presumably is less competition. You're not on the mating market anymore. And if you're not actively in the mating market, you won't have pressure from outside for example, poachers and people who would be interested in perhaps gaining access to your partner. And indeed, what we see is that there is greater intersexual competition and mate guarding with people that one's partner finds attractive. So if there's someone around who your partner finds attractive, you tend to act more competitively, you tend to engage in more mate retention, presumably to preserve that relationship. And this is particularly true if partners are mismatched on attractiveness. That is, if you are less attractive than your current partner and they are entertaining someone else, you should be very cautious to, you should be guarding your mate or trying to compete in some way. And there's also the risk of, there's some risks associated with having unrestricted sociosexuality. If you look in the general population, people who report a more unrestricted or a greater interest in casual sex do tend to report more self-perceived pathogen risk. So that is, they are exposing them, they're getting into situations where they might be more likely to contract a sexually transmitted infection, for example. And they tend to report fewer safe sex practices compared to people who are more restricted. Again, though, I want to emphasize that this is for people who generally are being more non-monogamous or being more unrestricted. If you look at CNM relationships, there's evidence showing that these individuals are no more likely to expose themselves to pathogens or to engage in fewer safe sex practices. So again, we need to distinguish between non-monogamy that is more consensual versus broadly just non-monogamy. So what do I think is going on here? Let's imagine, so why might consensually non-monogamous relationships in general, why might that be more complicated to manage than to manage monogamy? Let's imagine that you have a pair, all right? And these are gender neutral individuals. I'm not even talking about gender or sex yet, but we have a self and they are in a relationship with a partner. So we could say that this is the in-pair relationship. If we look at what those individuals have to coordinate, what problems they need to solve, they need to figure out how to satisfy each other's relational motives. They might have an interest in reproduction, having offspring together, sharing resources, having a satisfying experience, and of course, coordinating social status, because the person that you are in a relationship with can sometimes reflect on your own status. And so that's what you need to manage. You bring in a third person, this introduces some problems that you might not otherwise have. So in the CNM relationship science, they refer to this individual as a metamor. Again, this is just someone who would be an extra pair partner, someone outside of the pair bond. Well, if we have this individual now, and they are in a relationship with you, now what you have to do is also satisfy the relational motives between the self and this metamor. And if you're trying to satisfy these motives here and here, what that can cause is for these individuals to now be in conflict, for there to be competition between them. And that competition varies in intensity, right? This could be, deception, lying. It can include physical violence or other types of harmful competition with one another. There might be reputational damage, perhaps through gossip, attempting to perhaps weaken the relationship between these individuals. And there's always the ever-present threat of potential mate poaching or mate switching, such that perhaps you end up being a better match with the metamor than with your current partner, and so perhaps you jettison or get rid of this partner, and now this is the primary bond. That's a threat. So there's competition there, but it gets more complicated because there is a world where perhaps the metamor and your partner get into a relationship. And if that's the case, well, now there's going to be competition potentially between yourself and the metamor, adding another variable that you need to account for. And if they have this relationship, there could now be competition between you and your partner. So what you're doing is you're adding these extra layers of needing to fulfill relationship motives, but also having to address potential conflict that arises when people are trying to share their time and resources with one another. I think the other thing that you must account for is that each of these individuals is not a copy of one another. They each have their own personalities, their own interests, and so you have to account for, this is not a comprehensive list, but how willing someone is to exploit their interest in casual sex and whether that's matched to another partner, perhaps their attachment in terms of attachment theory, their social dominance and interest in hierarchy and whether some people have better access to resources than others, and mate value. I think mate value is a big thing. What happens when, for example, this partner is substantially or at least somewhat more physically attractive than this one? And we can say that each person has their own personality. And we also have to consider that this is in some ways also there's a fourth relationship here. There's a meta relationship, a relationship that emerges because these three individuals are now interacting with each other. And they have to consider, say, how is disease, pathogens, sexually transmitted infections, how are they passing among individuals? Sex ratio can matter because as much as these personality traits differ between people, it also depends on whether these individuals are men or women, right? So the dynamic of one male with two women might be very different than, say, the dynamic between three women, or the dynamic between a woman and a male partner and a woman and a female partner, etc. And then, like I said, you also have to worry about hierarchy or alliances forming. So my point here is I think that there is a legitimate argument to be made that non-monogamy is more complex. There are other variables that need to be taken into account above and beyond the normal concerns that you would have in any relationship within a pair bond. Okay. So I think relationship conflict, the potential for relationship conflict is a big part of why we see things like mate poaching, like having a relationship with multiple individuals at once as relatively more immoral, or there's something that we should be avoiding. These are relationships or behaviors that we should be avoiding. One of a recent publication that actually came out this year that I did with some of my students was looking at people's reasons for experiencing apprehension towards CNM or concern. What kinds of things do you worry about in a non-monogamous relationship? And we created a measure of apprehension, of worry towards CNM, where we asked individuals to nominate different concerns, things that they would be worried about if they were to get into a consensually non-monogamous relationship. And then we performed, we had a second sample where we were able to perform factor analysis and identify different types of concern. There were 5 that we identified. The big one was anticipated relationship conflict. There was also people didn't want to violate their moral beliefs about what's right and wrong. They were concerned about potential reputational damage if, say, their family, their friends, their employers knew that they were in a non-monogamous relationship, sexual health risk, and funnily enough, also same-sex intimacy, which is a fair point, because if you are in a relationship between two people and it's opposite sex, if you add another person and they are of a particular sex or gender, someone may be having kind of same-sex attraction or satisfying same-sex attraction there. But the big thing that came out was anticipated relationship conflict. So when we looked at the amount of variance explained within this scale, anticipated relationship conflict was by and far the factor that explained the most variance. And so it seems to be this conflict, this expected conflict, that perhaps is driving concern about consensual non-monogamy. If you're interested in this paper, of course, you can access it here, but there are some other associations, interesting associations that we observed with personality, but I'm not going to go over those right now. Okay, so this conflict exists. How is it resolved? If you do not resolve this conflict, presumably it will lead to a relationship ending, it will lead to potential harm, undesirable outcomes. And so if multi-partnering, if having multiple intimate relationships increases the risk of relationship conflict, how can this be prevented? I think the traditional argument is that's why monogamy is so popular. Monogamy, if you adhere to monogamy strictly, you are not forming these extra pair relationships, you don't have to worry about these problems, right? You are not you're not putting yourself in a situation where you have to deal with that. And I think the person who makes some of the most potent arguments is Joseph Henricks at Harvard, where he lays out why might monogamy have caught on and spread so readily, especially within Western populations, and the various issues that it resolves. Though there are also those who make the argument that so the argument that Henricks makes is that monogamy really led to the development, or it really enhanced cooperation. But there are some who argue that monogamy and cooperation actually developed independently, and that any association that we observe between monogamy and cooperation is more incidental or due to other factors. So that's a potential solution, is just restrict your interaction with extra pair partners. If you just restrict that, if you don't put yourself in that situation, you don't have to worry about the problem. There is another solution. You could commit infidelity. Infidelity is a solution to the problem of multi-partnering. And this is an argument that I make in a chapter that I published in a handbook recently that's coming out actually next year. The argument being that infidelity is really kind of an ingenious strategy for doing something very selfish, for satisfying your own interest, resolving the problem of multi-partnering. Because what you're doing is you are convincing your partner to be monogamous with you, that you are going to restrict your extra pair interactions, they are going to restrict their extra pair interactions, but geniusly, you deceptively, without letting them know, continue to have extra pair relationships. What that does is it allows you to gain all the benefits of having an extra pair partner, but it also causes your partner to restrict their extra pair behavior. So you've solved two problems. You now have access to more partners, and you're making sure that you don't lose them, or you don't, they don't expose themselves, or say they're a woman, they don't get pregnant, you don't potentially get cuckolded, for example. So infidelity actually is an ingenious solution, but it tends to be harmful. It causes many issues, and there's a fairly large literature on the negative relationship outcomes of infidelity. An alternative is that perhaps there are certain practices that people who who get into intimate relationships with multiple individuals, maybe there are certain practices that they're engaging in that reduce conflict. So rather than avoid extra pair relationships, do something to prevent the conflict, the damage to relationship quality that arises because of multi-partnering, of having multiple relationships. I think at this point in my thinking, what I've come to realize is I think it's important to taxonomize or think about the different types of multi-partnering more broadly. I mostly have focused on consensual non-monogamy, but I think that there are many ways of managing multiple relationships at once. This is an encyclopedia entry that's forthcoming. It's not yet published. This is the proof, so you're getting the first look here. Where I define what multi-partnering is broadly, that is just being in a romantic, sexual, or otherwise intimate relationship with more than one person. But I go through and I describe the different ways of accomplishing that, such as through plural marriage, right? And as I go through these different types, I describe what do individuals within these relationships do to resolve some of these recurrent challenges that arise from multi-partnering. With plural marriage, these tend to be fairly more traditionally arranged marriages. They are usually dictated by local cultural or religious customs. And so what you're seeing here is that there are very strong norms that might prevent, for example, cuckoldry if men are allowed to have multiple wives, but women are not allowed to form relationships outside of their pair bond to the man. And so those are some of the strategies that ways in which plural marriage might resolve the challenges of multi-partnering. Sex work is, I think, in many cases, so sex work by default is not something that requires multiple partners, but you are going to be more likely to encounter multiple intimate relationships. And if you look at the best practices for sex work, it involves practices that reduce reliable use of contraception, of sexual health practices, of getting tested for sexually transmitted infections regularly, of creating a safe space for people to engage in sex without conflict arising between individuals involved in that. I would argue that casual dating and friends with benefits can be a type of multi-partnering. If you are casually dating multiple people at once, that is, you go on a date with one person, you go on a date with another person, and you continue to date them casually over a period of time, what you're doing is you are in a relationship with multiple people, at least for some amount of time. That is also a way to resolve it. Virtual intimacy, I think, is something we have to think about now. People are forming relationships not in person, but over online or through apps. For example, you can go on Discord and find plenty of online groups where people anonymously get together. They have sexual intimate interactions, and then they just kind of go their own way. And that's a certain way of resolving the challenges of multi-partnering, in that you aren't necessarily engaging physically with the person, which prevents some certain problems, such as some of the issues with actual physical engagement. I include infidelity, which I've already talked about here, and then I talk about consensual non-monogamy as well in the chapter. So I think it's important to distinguish these. But I focus on consensual non-monogamy because of each of these practices, I would argue that they have people who are in consensually non-monogamous relationships have some of the most well-developed, most thought-out solutions for resolving conflict caused by multi-partnering. That is, people in CNM relationships appear to make it work. And what I've cited up here are studies that continue to come out showing that relationship satisfaction quality is either as good as quality within monogamous relationships, or in some cases better than. For example, the study by, do I have it up here? I do not. One of Amy Muse's studies looking at people who prospectively opened up their relationship. So this is an odd study because they were able to identify almost 200 people who knew that they were going to be opening up their relationship. And so they were able to get relationship quality measures before they opened the relationship and relationship quality measures after. And what they found was that overall there were not many differences before and after opening the relationship, but sexual satisfaction tended to increase for people who did open their relationship. So they're doing something here to address this. And here's I think the argument that I'm trying to make is, if there are certain adaptive challenges that non-monogamy introduces, perhaps people in CNM relationships are developing strategies for resolving those challenges. And I think that evolutionary theory and a lot of the research that we've traditionally done on romantic relationships points towards the kinds of adaptive challenges that we might expect need to be resolved. For example, partner abandonment and resource diversion, right? Feeling jealousy in reaction to a partner's interactions with others could be very rational, because maybe you will lose the resources, the commitment, the things that you have been traditionally getting from that in-pair relationship. People in consensually non-monogamous relationships tend to resolve this challenge through a fair amount of communication, affect regulation, so regulating the emotional reaction that you have to your partner interacting with someone else. They also develop an emotion that is termed within, I think, popular and also research literature at this point, called compersion. And compersion is, rather than respond to your partner's extra-pair relationships with this negative, possessive anxiety, respond to it with being happy that your partner has this relationship, seeing the positive qualities of their interactions with someone else, and enjoying that. Another set of risks that you have to overcome is, again, pregnancy and pathogen transmission. Arguably, pregnancy is a type of pathogen transmission, right? You are becoming pregnant with someone else's biological material. Cuckoldry is an issue. You need to resolve. You need to resolve that cuckoldry. You need to prevent or reduce the harm caused by perhaps contracting an STI. And so, people in consensually non-monogamous relationships tend to be very good, particularly those who are in polyamorous relationships, tend to be very good at engaging in different safe sex practices and establishing relationship boundaries, understanding what's acceptable, what's not, what's going to be safe, what's not, to prevent these outcomes. I would argue that zero-sum partner rivalry is a problem. Zero-sum meaning that in any interaction there's going to be a winner and a loser. So if you win, I must lose. I think a lot of competition happens this way. And in relationships, a zero-sum outcome might be that you lose your relationship and your partner gains a better relationship with someone else. So rivalry is something that needs to be addressed. I think this study is one of the best examples of how to potentially resolve this challenge. This was actually a researcher working with polygamous families in Bedouin Arab societies, and what they were noticing within these societies, plural marriage was formalized, and they found that children on average were tending to have worse educational outcomes, in part because the men perhaps were not investing as much effort into taking care of the children compared to finding more partners, more wives to get into a relationship with. And one of the interventions that this researcher introduced was, well, what if we can convince the women within these relationships to ally with one another, to put pressure on the husband to give more resources, more time, and invested into the children compared to when these women were in conflict with one another. So perhaps trying to create stable or supportive friendships between who would otherwise be rivals could be a way to address some of the negative issues associated with rivalry. Status loss is another issue. Status is very important for humans. We have access to resources based on the status that we have, and if being in a CNM relationship tends to hurt your status, you might want to do something to alleviate that. And what you do tend to see is that there is a lot of secrecy within CNM relationships, or people withhold that information from their family, from their friends, and when they do that, compared to those who are not secretive about it, who feel that they can share that information, those who are more secretive tend to report lower relationship quality. So people are coping with this challenge through secrecy, but perhaps the better way to do it is to allow them to express this relationship preference, or that they are in this type of relationship, and maybe establish social support rather than making people feel alone, and that they have these preferences, and that they should feel bad for it. And then I would also argue that, again, there are these moral or group coordination concerns. You have more than two individuals, that gives rise to the potential for hierarchy, figuring out how resources tend to be managed among these relationships, including childcare, for example. All right, so here's the summary argument. I think that CNM and other multi-partnering practices, broadly speaking, are alternative strategies for resolving the adaptive challenges of multi-partnering. That is, these are different strategies for, if you run into issues practicing non-monogamy, how do you solve that? One way to solve it is through infidelity. Another way is to establish these traditions that govern polygamous, traditionally plural marriage relationships, and that each produces distinct relationship quality outcomes. Well, okay, to make this argument, I clearly need data. So let's finally dig into some data that I've been collecting in an international project, looking at and trying to identify what strategies are people in CNM relationships using to improve their relationship quality, to decrease levels of conflict, and perhaps for improving their personal health and well-being, their relationship health. So this was a grant-funded international project studying individual differences. We're trying to understand how people differ in how they regulate their and their partner's extra-pair romances, intimacies. We have data, so we have collaborators from several different countries. And again, our goal was to comprehensively identify and measure the strategies that people use to navigate consensual non-monogamy, manage its conflicts, and potentially to reduce the harm that you would expect from having multiple partners. If you're interested in what the pre-registered hypotheses for this project were, there were many of them. We are still working through them. Now that we have the data, there's tons to go through. If you're interested, they are all right here. They're uploaded to the Open Science Framework, OSF. Broadly, though, what we predicted is that first we would document the strategies that do resolve the recurrent challenges of multi-partnering. We expected that these strategies would be more common among those who practice CNM versus those in monogamous relationships. we thought that adherence, that is actually engaging in these behaviors, would be associated with greater relationship quality, particularly within multi-partner relationships. And then that, as another hypothesis, we thought that these strategies would improve relationship quality by reducing infidelity. If infidelity is really you are engaging in extra-pair romance, you are engaging in a relationship with someone else, and then you are deceiving your partner otherwise, your partner thinks that you're being monogamous, but you are doing otherwise, the defining feature of that of infidelity then is really deception. And so perhaps doing whatever people in CNM relationships are doing, perhaps that does improve relationship quality by taking out the risk of deception, of lying to your partner about the relationships that you're in with other people. All right, so what did we do? So in study one, we collected, first we needed to just identify what these strategies were, get a list of them. In study one, we recruited 429 individuals, largely via social media, that is targeting groups that are frequented by people in consensually non-monogamous relationships, things like polyamory subreddits, non-monogamy subreddits on Reddit, Facebook groups that are dedicated to consensual non-monogamy, as well as Twitter as well, and through co-authors' personal networks. And what we asked individuals within this study is an open-ended question. What are, in your opinions, some of the best and the worst practices for resolving conflict within a consensually non-monogamous relationship? This is considered what's popularly known as an ACT nomination procedure. You are asking people to nominate different items, kind of crowdsourcing this information from people. But we didn't exclusively rely on that. In fact, we had a priori predictions as well. We thought beforehand, given the challenges that need to be overcome, we can make predictions about what types of strategies will likely be successful. And so we had a list of a priori strategies as well, and we solicited more from the sample. If you look at the demographics, it's actually, I really like the spread of demographics that we got in this sample. So this is not a college-age sample, and it's not exclusively a Western sample either. So the age was about 37, some variability in there. There was a pretty good split, at least in the first set between men and women, as well as cross-gendered types. We had a fairly higher, I would say, relative to average representation of non-binary, genderqueer, trans, and other gender categories. People within this sample were largely polyamorous. There were some people in open relationships, swinging relationships, and some people who were monogamous but said, yeah, I could tell you what I think is the best and worst practice. And then some people who were single as well. And in terms of world region, we had 62% from the United States, 24.4% from Europe, 7.5% from Asia, and then some smaller percentages from other parts of the world. What did we do? Once we gathered these ACT nominations, we then tried to hybridize. We tried to combine the a priori predicted strategies with those that were identified by participants. And what we did to do that was we asked 4 independent sorters, people who were not familiar with our hypotheses. They were, I believe these were graduate students of one of the co-authors. What they did was they were provided with the a priori categories that we had identified, and then they were asked to sort the nominations from this study one data into each of those categories. And they were also asked to put anything that didn't fit into those categories in an uncategorized column. So things that did not cleanly fit into those categories. Once we had that, we then were able to revise the factors that we believed exist. We revised this a priori set of strategies, and then they were asked to resort these strategies once again, hopefully to account for the strategies that were uncategorized. And once we did this the second time, we had far fewer acts that were considered uncategorized. So this was an attempt to capture, to explain, to label these ACT-nominated procedures, or ACT-nominated strategies. We revised it once again after this, and this led to what I affectionately call the multi-partner relationship maintenance scale, which I will abbreviate as the MRMS. This is our measure that we've developed of individual differences in adherence to each of the practices that we identified. What people were asked to do is, these were the instructions. So below is a series of statements. Please rate how well each statement generally describes you. 1 being, it doesn't describe me very well at all. 7 being, it describes me extremely well. And they were able to complete this both about themselves generally, and how generally they engage in these behaviors, but also how often do they engage in these behaviors with a particular partner. So we had partner evaluations as well. So, what were the strategies that we identified and that made up this scale? So if anyone's interested in how you maintain a consensually non-monogamous relationship, here you go. All right, the first factor that we at least hypothesized, this is before we had data to confirm that this was this was indeed the strategy. First, what we labeled as exclusivity agreement. That is, near the start of a relationship, do you speak with your partners about whether you may have sexual or romantic interactions with other people, and then throughout the relationship discussing whether you may have these interactions, and reverse coded how often do you avoid it. You assume, I think, that people talk about this in their relationships, but that's actually a pretty big assumption. I think most people, especially those in monogamous relationships, don't explicitly talk about what's acceptable or not. They just assume. So you can do that. Number 2 is attraction disclosure. This is disclosing to your partner that you have attractions to other people. So do you talk with your partner about your attractions to other people? Do you tell your partner about intimate or flirtatious interactions that you have? And when you have these experiences, do you tend to hide or minimize them? Reverse coded, of course. Compersion we also measured. So we operationalized this as, I would enjoy it if my partners were having sex with other people. I would enjoy it if my partners were romantically intimate with someone else, or the thought of my partner having sex with someone else arouses me. Again, getting at those positive experiences that you have by your partner being involved with someone else. We measured jealousy regulation by asking them, whether they and their partner share and discuss experiences of jealousy, how openly they feel they can talk about jealousy, and whether they communicate well about jealousy. Partner hierarchy. This evaluates whether you tend to give some partners greater priority in your life. That is, do you give some romantic or sexual partners greater priority? I give some romantic or sexual partners more influence over my life decisions, as well as whether you avoid treating romantic or sexual partners partners as superior. So looking at how people tend to think about the hierarchy of their relationships. Sexual health maintenance, whether they use safer sex tools, condoms, hormonal birth control to avoid unwanted sexual outcomes, whether they would get tested if there's a chance that they had contracted a sexually transmitted infection, and their willingness to have unprotected sex with a partner, even if it were not clear that they would get an infection or not, or if an unwanted pregnancy would occur. Shared extra-pair sexuality. So this is when you are involved with an extra-pair partner, do you involve your in-pair partner in those interactions? So that is, I would prefer to involve my current partner in my sexual interactions with other people. I tell my sexual fantasies to my partner. My sexual fantasies about other people include my partner, or not. Childcare willingness. One of the challenges that needs to be overcome is how do you manage resources, figure out how childcare is distributed. So we asked, how willing would you be to help your partner care for their children? How able you would feel to treat your partner's children as if they were your own. And just in case anyone's curious, we did ask whether people had children and also whether their children were biologically related to their partner or not. So we were able to distinguish that. Reputation management, that is whether you tend to talk about your current partners around people that you potentially find attractive, whether you tend to hide your involvement with your partners from other people, and whether you feel that you can openly talk about your relationships with other people. or not. And then also resource distribution. So another, again, issue that needs to be overcome is how are different partners going to have access to what is afforded by each of the relationships that you have. So I think about how satisfied my partners are with the amount of effort and attention I give them. I consider how fairly I share material resources, money, food, shelter with my partners. I often think about how much time I spend with my partners. So we identified these 10, and we then collected a separate sample in study 2, and we wanted to evaluate 3 different research questions. One, first, is the MRMS valid? And we did this through exploratory and confirmatory factor analyses. That is, we simply wanted to know, is this capturing, first off, is this a measure that reliably evaluates individual differences in how often people engage in these behaviors? But also we wanted to compare how often people in monogamous and CNM relationships scored, or how they scored on this measure, and whether there were differences between them. Because presumably, if this is assessing multi-partner relationships, people in multi-partner relationships should be more likely to engage in these behaviors. We also wanted to know whether scores on this measure were related to relationship quality. And what we did was we did this by performing hierarchical regressions on a series of outcome variables that we grouped based across 3 different surveys. So we recorded information about relationship satisfaction, how often they experience conflict in their relationship, as well as various indices of health and well-being. For the purposes of this talk, I'm only going to be focusing on the first one, satisfaction. This is the largest sample that we have, and so the others, we have that data, but I haven't quite documented it all yet, so I'm not comfortable sharing that. And then the third question we wanted to address is, are these practices related, if they are related to relationship quality, are they related through reduction of infidelity? Again, the argument that perhaps these practices are reducing how often people are dishonest about their extra-pair relationships, and we used mediation analysis to assess this. How did we recruit? It was very similar to the first study, except that, so we did a snowball sampling through project members' personal networks. We posted to social media frequented by people in CNM relationships. We also used promoted social media advertisement. And this is a really powerful way to collect data because, for example, you can pay Facebook, you can pay Twitter, you can pay Instagram to advertise a study, advertise the link to pretty much, you could choose, for example, anyone who is older than 18 years old within the entire United States, which is useful for getting a good community sample. But the other thing that I observed, and I put this in here just because it's interesting, it's kind of hard to see on here, it's a little clearer over on this slide, or on this screen here, is that when you start advertising and trying to recruit people for research on multi-partnering, you really start to see just, I think, how often people in CNM relationships get some unsolicited feedback on their relationship. Things like, STDs and jealousy, this presumption, are you nuts? Get thee behind me, Satan. And then this guy, which is kind of a thoughtful little comment, but still kind of harsh nonetheless. Call me old school, but you are complicit in and responsible for the downfall of the nuclear family. You gotta work harder if you wanna keep up with the rest of our institutions. Okay, I've gotta work harder, let's keep going. So, I gathered this data. So like I said, the first question is the MRMS valid? We first combined data, to perform the factor analyses, we first combined the data across all 3 of the surveys, and this gave us a sample of about 1,283 people. We did get demographic information for far fewer, and this is one of the challenges, I think, of studying a population that is relatively more stigmatized. They seem to be, my experience is that people are far less willing to provide personal information about themselves, even if you assure them that their info is private and confidential. The demographics were very similar to what we observed in the first study. 36 years of age, pretty good split in sex, distribution of gender types. We also looked at sexual orientation. a little less than half were heterosexual. We had a lot of representation of bisexual individuals, pansexual, those who identified their sexual orientation as queer, even though often that's used for gender. That was very common. The type of relationship they're in, poly, mono individuals, people in swinging relationships, people in open relationships, and then again, a good spread across different world regions. What were the results? So we first performed an exploratory factor analysis just to see whether we could find support for the strategies that we had identified. And if you've ever performed factor analysis, you know that it's a miracle to get more than just 2 or 3 factors at a time. I attribute what we found to, I'd like to think it's good planning. We actually found support for an 8-factor structure, which is, again, really quite surprising. But the loadings were a little bit messy. So the first several factors tended to have pretty high loading values. But as you get further on, these clustered a little bit more messily. And so what we did was we followed this up because we did have these a priori strategies. We did expect a certain factor structure to emerge. And so we also performed confirmatory factor analysis on the same sample. And we can talk about whether that's okay or not. The limitation here is that it's very difficult to get this kind of sample, and so we did not have another sample to separately run confirmatory factor analysis. But what we found is through confirmatory factor analysis, a 9-factor structure. So we were able to pick up one of the factors that we had lost. Again, though, it's important to notice that the first several, so attraction disclosure, telling your partner about your attractions to other people, jealousy regulation, childcare willingness, compersion, these, the alpha reliabilities were quite good for those. These others, not so much. So they did emerge, but arguably they're not as good of an indicator of variation in these qualities. Yet, despite that, we looked at fit statistics, and we performed fit analyses of fit in the overall sample between males and females within the sample, again determined by sex assigned at birth. Differences between monogamous and people in multi-partner relationships, people in North America versus Europe, because we didn't have a sufficient sample to compare outside of these 2 world regions, but we found fit for both of those, as well as people who are less than 39 and older than 40 years old. And remember that we collected MRMS data for both for the self, but also about each partner, and we found fit for each partner measure as well. We also looked at measurement invariance, and we tested invariance across gender, across the type of relationship, whether it's monogamous or multi-partnered, where they resided, so their country of residence, as well as age, and we observed acceptable standards for establishing variance. Okay, so we seem to show that, so this is showing that we're observing this factor structure. So what we felt then comfortable doing was now looking at those outcome variables, looking at things like relationship satisfaction. So now, are these practices related with relationship quality? We took the survey 1 data, which had 528 people with demographic information. Again, a very similar set of demographics to the overall sample. And what we did was we got the demographics. We also asked them how much experience they have with each relationship type, being poly, swinging, open, or in a monogamous relationship. They indicated this on a scale from 1 to 7, either none or extensive experience. They filled out the MRMS about themselves, and then they also provided demographic information for their partner, completed the MRMS partner evaluation. We also asked them how often they feel, we measured their experience of infidelity within those relationships, and then we had each of our outcome measures that about evaluating satisfaction. Again, in this talk, I'm not going to be looking at these partner ratings at all. So how do we measure infidelity? Now, you'd probably think it's difficult because presumably people in monogamous and CNM relationships might define infidelity differently. So what we did was we asked 4 questions First, we asked everyone, what do you consider infidelity or cheating within your relationship? And this was an open-ended response, just to get people to think about what they would consider infidelity. We then asked them, how often do you, on a scale from 1, never, to 5, always, have interactions with other people that feel like infidelity? How often do you keep your sexual interactions with other people a secret from your partner? And then keep your emotional attachments with other people a secret from your partner. And we can discuss whether that's a good measure of infidelity or not. And then the outcome measures. How did we assess relationship satisfaction? We used the perceived relationship quality component scale, which is a very popular measure of overall relationship quality. We looked at past and planned relationship investments. That is how invested you tend to be in your how invested you have been in your partner, and how invested you plan to be in the near future. The new sexual satisfaction scale, which looks at, as you would guess, sexual satisfaction. We also used what are called the eroticism and nurturance scales, which look at the degree to which a relationship is defined by a kind of erotic elements, how sexual it tends to be, versus how nurturant it tends to be. Characterized by investment and mutual emotional support, etc. We looked at interdependence between partners, how interdependent they are within the relationships in terms of the resources that they share, whether they live together, etc. And then also something called the sexual communal strength scale, which looks at how often partners collaborate, they work together to achieve sexual satisfaction in their relationship. All right, so what are the results? Is this a valid measure of multi-partner relationship maintenance strategies? To assess this, we first collapsed across the different types of CNM, so poly, swinging, and open were all considered multi-partner. We then compared monogamous and multi-partnered individuals across each of the MRMS practices. And as we predicted, we found that people in multi-partner relationships were more likely to report attraction disclosure, greater jealousy regulation, more compersion, more shared extra-pair sexuality, more sexual health maintenance, and funnily enough, also more partner hierarchy, which I didn't expect. I expected more of that in monogamous relationships, but the data are what they are. Looking at the questions where we asked them, how much experience do you have in different types of CNM? So we could say how much experience they had in polyamory, open relationships, swing, and monogamy, and then looking at just running bivariate correlations between scores on the MRMS factors and their experience. And what we find is that as people have more experience with polyamory, open relationships, swinging, they report more attraction disclosure, more jealousy regulation, and funnily enough, monogamy was not associated with any of these. And if it was associated with these practices, it was negatively associated. So people in monogamous relationships were less likely to do these things. This was not, so the big three, the attraction disclosure, jealousy regulation, compersion were associated with all of them. The others were more inconsistently associated, which could mean that these relationships are defined by different levels of these practices, but these were also the measures that did not have as high of alpha reliabilities, so it may just be that there's a lot of noise in this. Do those who engage in these practices report higher relationship quality? Overall, there's a lot here, but overall they do. So if we look at especially those three that seem really important: attraction disclosure, jealousy regulation, to some degree compersion, it's related with higher relationship quality, more investment, more sexual satisfaction. But I think the important thing is that some of these are more related to investment quality than with sexual quality or with overall quality. So we are seeing some, I think, some important kind of distinct patterns here for each of the different MRMS practices. But we wanted to know whether these relationship quality differs, not just whether they're associated with these practices, but whether they're associated differently for people in multi-partner versus monogamous relationships. So what we did was we collapsed our outcome measures across three different categories. So to have an overall relationship quality, a measure of relationship investment, and also sexual relationship quality. So we had three outcomes that we created. And then we ran moderated hierarchical regressions comparing how these associations emerge for people in multi-partner versus monogamous relationships. So in step one, just looking at the main effects, we observed that these practices are associated with higher overall relationship quality, particularly jealousy regulation, traction disclosure, shared extrapair sexuality, resource distribution, and childcare willingness. Looking at investment quality, the same general pattern emerged, but we also saw compersion and hierarchy more directly related to investment quality than with overall quality. And for sexual relationship quality, we observed that shared extrapair sexuality and jealousy regulation were the only predictors of that. But in step two, looking at the interaction, overall, we found no interaction. There was only one factor that had an interaction between with relationship type, and that was attraction disclosure. And what we use simple slopes to tease this apart to figure out what's happening. It seems that people who are in multi-partner relationships, they report, if they report less attraction disclosure, they tend to report lower overall relationship quality. So it seems that attraction disclosure is almost having a protective factor, that when you are low on that trait, when you're low on that trait, you tend to be lower on overall quality. All right. Is the MRMS related to quality via this reduced infidelity? Again, testing the hypothesis that maybe these are addressing instances of infidelity. What we did was we averaged the scores on our three continuous infidelity measures, questions, and we then used three linear regressions testing first whether infidelity predicted the relationship outcomes. And indeed, this is just replicating previous research. It seems that infidelity, if you're engaging in relatively more infidelity, you report less overall relationship quality, less sexual relationship quality, though interestingly enough, not lower investment quality. So infidelity seems to be unrelated to the quality of investment in the relationship. Looking at bivariate correlations between each of these practices and instances of infidelity, yes, people who reported more infidelity reported less attraction disclosure, less jealousy regulation, less compersion, less extrapair sexuality, less sexual health maintenance, resource distribution, though more reputation management and more partner hierarchy. We might discuss why that is. And then to finish this all off, because we did establish the base associations that we presumed would be there. We then tested the mediation model, and we found support for it, partial support. So infidelity partially mediated the association between overall relationship quality and sexual relationship quality and each of these practices. But you should note that these are relatively small effect sizes. So there is something else going on here besides just resolving infidelity. And of course, this is all correlational, so we should avoid saying that this is causing it. So, is the MRMS a valid measure of what people in consensually non-monogamous relationships are doing to resolve conflict? Yes, it seems to be, though it needs to be improved. Again, some of the measures, some of the items that we identified didn't have, there was a lot of noise in these measures, but again, this doesn't exist anywhere else, so as a start, I think it's quite good. Do those who engage in these practices report higher relationship quality? Overall, yes, but it depended on the practice. Some were better predictors than others. And it was true for both monogamous and multi-partner relationships. And then are these practices related to relationship quality via a reduction in infidelity? Yes, though only partially. So where do we go from this? If you're paying attention, close attention, you realize that this is all correlational. We can't conclude anything about causation from these data. For example, it could just be that people who are relatively higher on relationship quality tend to be doing these things. I think that's unlikely because we would then see that across monogamous and multi-partnered relationships that they are equally likely to do these things, but they're not. It's the people who are in multi-partner relationships who are, for example, disclosing attraction to their partner or engaging in a shared extrapair sexuality. But what we need to do is perform a longitudinal, ideally experimental, placebo-controlled study of whether and how these practices cause change in relationship quality. And I think this is a really important next step because this could potentially have important implications for things like relationship therapy if individuals are struggling with non-monogamy. Being able to say, hey, if you adopt this practice, it may improve your relationship quality, I think is important. It also has potential public health intervention value where if, again, non-monogamy contributes to certain public health issues, resolving conflict within non-monogamous relationships could improve public health. I think we also need to do dyadic analyses, right? We're just getting perspectives from one partner in this study, but as you know, one person's perception of a relationship can differ from their partners. And given that CNM relationships are comprised of multiple partners, we might want to do something like social relations modeling, where you can disentangle what are called actor effects and partner effects and interaction effects for each of the partners involved beyond just two people. So it's not always just dyadic, which is very complicated. We also need to, ideally, recruit people for in-person, especially physiological measures. In my research in my PhD and earlier, I did a lot of couples studies where we would recruit people, take pictures of their faces, record aspects of their body composition, and the idea is that there are certain physical traits that tend to be associated with relationship quality and processes within a relationship. And so I think it's important to be able to describe at a physiological level what's happening when partners are engaging in these relationships and maybe how that's related to their relationship quality. And then I also think that we need to consider these practices not as individual things that you can do to improve relationship quality, but rather that this might be part of a process. This is a very rough sketch, but this is how I'm starting to think about these practices. Is it might be that you don't just want to be disclosing your attraction to other people, because if you leave it at that, now your partner knows that you're attracted to someone else. They're now going to feel jealousy. That's going to open up a potential wound, something that's hard to deal with. And so from that, you might then progress into strategies for regulating jealousy. And I think that what sexual health maintenance, engaging in shared extrapair sexuality, negotiating hierarchy, considering how resources are distributed, are each strategies for attempting to regulate jealousy, to feel comfortable within that relationship. And doing these things, resolving jealousy, might contribute to that feeling of compersion or actually being happy, or at least accepting that your partner is in these relationships with other people, and that affects relationship quality. So I think it's important to look at the process as well. All right. So what's my conclusion here? Let's go back to mate poaching. My question was, well, can we have some kind of empathy for people who mate poach, and that there may be relatively more ethical or less ethical ways of mate poaching? And I think there potentially are, in as much as there are relatively more ethical or less ethical ways of pursuing non-monogamy, of having intimate relationships between multiple people. And I think the conclusion I have so far is that within the distribution of alternative mating strategies that exist within humans, some of those practices are going to reduce harm more effectively than others, produce better quality outcomes. We've identified 9 strategies by which people, I think, might be able to reduce how often suffering is caused by multi-partnering. And a bigger argument I want to make is that much of the evolutionary research, I think, focuses on sexual conflict and the ways in which, for example, men and women differ in their ideal mating strategies. But there is actually some really good work, especially in the more biologically focused animal research science, looking at birds, for example, of how birds might achieve some level not just of sexual conflict, but of sexual cooperation. And I think maybe you could do that within humans as well. That is, through some of these practices, might men and women, rather than be at odds in how they pursue relationships, could they coordinate their preferred mating strategies to collaboratively maximize the kind of desirable relationship outcomes they're looking for. I would say that if desire for partner variety is a ubiquitous feature of human mating, and I think there's pretty good evidence of that, maybe what we could do is rather than to address that conflict, rather than uniformly expect people to engage in abstinence from extra-pair relationships, that is, engage in monogamy, avoid extra-pair relationships, why not do the same thing that we do with any other health concern or risky behavior, and that is identify and try to share safe practices for forming and maintaining multiple intimate relationships at once. All right. That's all that I have. So again, that's my name. You can find me at these places. I want to thank the University of South Carolina, who was the distributor of the grants funding this research. I want to thank my collaborators, and of course, the University of Sao Paulo, and of course, this conference, the co-op conference organizers as well. If you want the slides to this presentation, you can get them right here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very nice talk. Yeah, relationships are not easy, right? So suggestions, questions.
Thanks, Justin. I'm going to be to play devil's advocate here and be as deliberately provocative as I can be. We live in an age of tremendous, almost mind-boggling wealth inequality. So 1% of the population controls probably the majority of global wealth. So that, I think, is fact number one. Fact number two is that there are, the sex ratio is 50-50. There's one man, one woman. And fact number three is that socially imposed monogamy is evolutionarily novel, most likely, and might be kind of fragile. So given these facts, and then the fact, let's put in a fourth fact that you had in the beginning of your talk on mate preferences, we know that there's a female bias for resources. And so could we be looking at some of the initial stages of trying to break down socially imposed monogamy? And if we are, what would be the population consequences of that, given the tremendous wealth inequality and given the 50-50 sex ratio? What we would probably be heading back towards pretty quickly is that it's very much in the interest of rich, powerful men to be polygynous. And they are, and we have incredible numbers of, we have a large not a large population, but we have a lot of rich guys that would love to have multiple mates. So the population consequences here would be that we are going to move back to reproductive inequality, that wealth inequality will lead to tremendous reproductive skew, and we will end up with the rich guys having multiple wives, the poor guys not having access to women at all. And we've seen this in population after population. When there's not socially imposed monogamy and when there is tremendous wealth inequality, that's exactly what we see. The experiment been run several times, many, many times. So, and what we also see is those societies are highly patriarchal. So by breaking down socially imposed monogamy, could we be exacerbating inequality, strengthening patriarchy, and could what you be doing here is basically creating a manual for the Elon Musks and Jeff Bezos and Leonardo DiCaprio's to kind of better manage their harems?
So I agree that those men could use these strategies perhaps to manage harems, but at the same time, I think women in those harems would have some amount of power, if educated, to know what they can do, how to improve their outcomes within that situation. Also put pressure on, in that case, the males. So I think part of this is not that these strategies are going to uniquely work for the wealthy, the powerful, but that it actually could potentially empower those who would be disenfranchised in that situation, whether those are women who have to compromise their preferences to satisfy the extra powerful men, or even the disenfranchised men who are not now getting mates. How
does it help those guys? How does it help the Homer Simpsons versus the Elon Musks here?
I think that you can identify. I'll say, for example, in a polygamous marriage situation, I talked about the Bedouin Arab societies. In those situations, the negative outcomes were not so much due to the non-monogamy itself, or having multiple intimate relationships, but rather that the man was treating or behaving in a way that was capitalizing on the women being at odds with one another, of being in these rivalrous circumstances. And so what you could do through educating about these types of practices is, I think, give those who are in the weaker position an understanding of what maybe those men are doing and how they are keeping them less empowered. And so it could allow the more disenfranchised to kind of, I don't want to say gang up, but form alliances or understand that they do have other options for putting pressure on those people. Because maybe if you can recognize that you are in a unpropitious situation because you're in a relationship with one guy who is being coercive, and you are aware of that and you know that there are solutions to it, you can then use those solutions to put yourself in a better situation, make him behave differently, or to seek out mateships with other people in a way that is will be less likely maybe to upset that male, etc.
How would that help Homer Simpson?
So we're focusing specifically on men, right? So males.
Yeah, the guys that are losing out. So the Jeff Bezos and the Elon Musks, and they have multiple mates. The poor guys have no mates, 50-50 sex ratio. Every guy that has 2 wives, another guy has no wife.
So
what do those guys do?
If we presume that we continue to live in democratic societies, and you can wield the power of many people to shape law, shape social policy, I could see a situation where the Homer Simpsons and many of the women who are disenfranchised, they shape society in such a way that they can have power. You can shape the social system to kind of create more advantageous situations for those individuals, given that polygamy exists.
Doesn't that lead us right back to monogamy? The Homer Simpsons get together and say the rule is going to be one guy, one wife.
Yeah. I would agree with that. So one solution would be monogamy.
Right.
But there could also be a separate strategy by which people create an alternative to monogamy that is still addressing all the issues that you're talking about, but does not require that people be monogamous with one another. So I think that monogamy is a very powerful tool. I think that it addresses a lot of potential issues. But I'm not convinced that it is the optimal way of reducing the harm that I think naturally arises when you see wealth inequality, when you see biased sex ratios, etc. I think those things are going to happen regardless. You're going to see multi-partnering regardless.
Yeah, we've got it regardless. I agree.
It's a matter of what you do about it. I think monogamy is one solution, but there may be another set of solutions to those problems. An alternative model where people continue to be able to have multiple relationships, but they still reduce that conflict. So I guess my answer to your question would be, it could lead back to monogamy. So it could lead back to monogamy. There might be disenfranchised individuals, but I think that we should be designing practices, strategies for helping those individuals to lead satisfying lives, despite the fact that there is maybe polygamy. I think polygamy, when it's going to happen regardless. It's what tools you equip people to deal with that situation. I think that's my argument anyway.
All right, we can talk more.
I'd love to.
More questions?
Hi, Justin. Thank you for your lecture. I would like to hear your thoughts on the relationship between these outcomes in CNMs and the willingness or the desire to have children in the short term, especially in relationships where there are multiple males and one or less females involved, because we know males always experience some kind of paternity uncertainty. So this might be engaged in a real problem when people want to have children in the short term. So your thoughts on that?
So the idea is that maybe women would have a harder time convincing those men to provide childcare because they know the threat of cuckoldry is right there?
Yeah.
And so how do you resolve that? I think so. One of the arguments that I've seen, I'm not the first to make this, is that you know, if you look at CNM relationships, when you use safe sex practices, when you wear a condom, when you prevent pregnancy, what you're doing is you are removing the actual threat of pregnancy by a certain partner. So using condoms would potentially reduce the anxiety, the jealousy that feeds into some of the conflict or unwillingness to invest that men experience by virtue of that jealousy. So I guess I would say that in those situations where you have conflict between men and that conflict is causing lower relationship quality, we need to have technological interventions that reduce would reduce the issue caused by that. So that is, if you're yeah, I hope that helps. Does that answer or address your question?
Yes, it addresses my question. I'm just a little bit skeptical about this positive outcome, especially when people desire to have children. Because I think, especially for males, it might be a really strong problem related to this paternity uncertainty.
So if it were all above board and you knew that your partner wanted to have a child, that she was in a relationship with multiple men, and you could be 100% certain that she is engaging in safe sexual practices to prevent pregnancy, and she's only getting pregnant by you, that would presumably resolve the concern, right? Versus, and you could negotiate this, right? Where you could say, you know, okay, I'm going to have one child by me, and I know that that's going to be my child, and there's going to be a child by someone else, and you use those reproductive technologies to get rid of the uncertainty.
Yeah, you reduce the uncertainty.
Yes, yeah.
For sure.
I think that's the key, yeah. Reducing uncertainty. Thank you.
Someone else? Yeah.
Hi, okay, I'm wondering if you have any observations of patterns in age differences, especially those that are tied to menopause in women. So do you find that women who are maybe more agreeable to a CNM relationship with more women and fewer men might have less to lose, or some, I don't know. Do you see any patterns with that?
I think that's a good prediction. I mean, it's for the same reason that men might be more willing if they knew 100% of the time their partner was using safe sex practices. There's going to be no cuckoldry. As much as women might be more comfortable if there's not as much of risk of pregnancy, or kind of your life priorities have shifted such that, you know, the costs of your partner having another relationship are much lower, then you should be you should be maybe more willing to engage in, have more positive attitudes towards something like consensual non-monogamy.
And do you see any patterns of that in the types of relationships that are most common? The types of male to female ratios and ages?
It's a good question. I know that swingers tend to, for example, so if you distinguish between different types of CNM, which I think you'd need to do for that, swingers tend to be a little bit older sometimes, at least relative to other groups.
Both the men
I don't know of that exact data, but I think that is testable, and I'm trying to think whether I could test it right now with the data I have. I do have information about, you know, childcare, investment, how children are related, and we have age, and we have a pretty good spread of age. So we have I forget how many people who are above 40. Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you.
I think we have also the relationship duration, right? So we can see.
We
It
could,
might be
yes,
partly
yeah.
age, right, of the people, but also relationship duration.
Yeah, I think you do tend to see that as people go on in their relationship, they're a little more, if they're not already CNM, as relationship duration increases, they tend to be more accepting of more positive attitudes towards it. Yeah.
Last question.
So seeing the comments that you got, that remind me of a argument, I guess, can say that Jeffrey Miller did of a Christian CNM. So taking that Western society is largely Christian, you think it's possible to make something like that? Convince maybe those more conservative Christian people that CNM is a possibility?
It's funny because, you know, you see in particular like Christian BDSM groups popping up, and they kind of have their own iteration of kind of that you know, kink orientation. And so it's tough for Christianity because almost a defining feature of Christianity is monogamy and monogamous marriage. But I could see a world where you keep many of the same cultural practices of Christianity and yet change that one particular practice, and, you know, adopt if monogamy as a Christian practice is meant to protect the pair bond, it's meant to, you know, reduce this conflict, could you introduce some of these precautions as a way to be able to allow non-monogamy in a Christian tradition and yet still resolve the troubles that monogamy in that tradition is meant to resolve, if that makes sense?
Yeah,
so
makes
I think yes. In short, yes, I think that's possible. But I think that I think that people you know, have legitimate concerns to be worried about how being non-monogamous could affect their relationship. And I think it's really important to identify what those concerns are and find interventions for addressing those concerns. Because, you know, if you just throw caution to the wind, you could be putting yourself in a situation where your relationship is more likely to dissolve, or someone's going to get pregnant by someone that they didn't want to get pregnant by. I think those are concerns that need to be addressed. And I imagine Christian practices are meant to address those, but that doesn't mean that those are the only practices that would resolve it. And you could maybe modify something.
Right. I remember one comment was something like, "Oh, you're destroying the nuclear family," and Jeffrey Miller says, "No, you can still have a nuclear family, you can still take care of your children, but it's just not monogamous."
Right. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be actually interesting to do this kind of study also in polygynous or polyandrous societies, right? When I was asking Turkish men where they can have actually multiple wives, right, officially, when I asked them why they are actually mostly having one wife, they were telling me, well, it's so problematic to have one, imagine two or more. Right?
Right. Yeah, too much work.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you very much again for your talk, and I will give you this small present as a for you not to forget that you need to now learn how to do your own caipirinha at home.
Okay.
And thank you again. It was a very nice talk.
Alô? Vocês conseguem me ouvir? Está transmitindo para o OBS?
Tá dando para ouvir direitinho.
Alô?
Alô.
Testando, testando.
Tá saindo,
Áudio.
Tá saindo
A
perfeito.
gente tem que ver se está saindo na plateia e está indo para o YouTube, né?
Não, para a plateia tá. Ah, tá. É.
Alô? Alô? Testando. Testando. Alô? Tá saindo o áudio?
Tá saindo.
Aqui no
tá
auditório eu tô vendo que tá saindo.
Tá.
Precisa transmitir para o YouTube. Alô? Alô? Testando. Testando.
Puta, eu não tinha pensado nisso. Tá saindo direitinho,
Alô?
João.
Testando, testando.
Alô?
Alô? Alô? Testando. Alô? Vou voltar para a salinha agora.
Beleza. Alô? Alô? Som.
Alô? Alô?
Som. Teste.
Oh,
Som.
testando. Testando. Alô? O som tá indo pro YouTube? Alô?
Tá saindo perfeitamente aqui na sala. Alô? Alô, som, som.
Deixa eu testar aqui. Alô? Rafa tá falando aí? Transmitindo no
Alô?
YouTube. Legal.
Alô,
A gente só tem
alô?
que ver se chega no YouTube.
Alô, alô, som. Tá indo pro YouTube? Tá indo pra transmissão? Alô, alô, som, som. Alô?
Alguém da organização aqui pode colocar os slides do Denis, por favor? Alguém colocou os slides do Denis e eu não consigo achar. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch and that you are not sleepy, as I am. And we will start our afternoon program. So now I will give a few minutes to Professor Denis Werner, who is actually a famous figure in Brazilian anthropology and also evolutionary psychology, because he is actually the author of the first Brazilian book about evolutionary psychology. And he will just tell us a few words about the institute that he has founded. And right afterwards, we'll already go for our plenary talk. Denis, now it's your turn.
Ok. Só queria falar um pouco de... Eu vou falar em português. I'm going to speak in Portuguese, but it's a commercial break for Brazilians. Eu fundei esse instituto porque eu queria segurar pesquisas como eu acho que devem ser feitas. E como você vê, a missão é fomentar pesquisas quantitativas que examinam explicações alternativas para variações socioculturais. Aí se posso baixar um pouquinho, eu coloquei um... Aí como eu desço aqui? Não desce. Pá. Não, não. Tá bom. Então precisa. A primeira coisa, pesquisas para explicações alternativas. Isto é a razão por que eu pedi isso. Porque a necessidade de analisar mais de uma explicação se deve à maneira como a ciência progride. Pressupõe-se que teorias, explicações, não podem ser definitivamente comprovadas nem definitivamente refutadas. Esses são princípios epistemológicos. O que se pode fazer, sim, é comparar diferentes explicações para averiguar quais melhor dão conta dos dados. Trata-se de um processo semelhante à seleção natural na evolução das espécies. As teorias mais compatíveis com os dados são mais aceitas que teorias menos problemáticas, que teorias mais problemáticas, né? Então, isso é só um princípio para mostrar que o algoritmo de seleção natural é a fonte de criatividade do universo. Então, não se aplica apenas à evolução biológica, mas se aplica à ciência, se aplica a negócios. Se você abre uma padaria, cria variação, para você saber quais pães vendem mais, quais vendem menos, descontinua com os que não vendem, faz variações, sabemos do que vende mais, é o princípio da criatividade do universo. Então, isto porque eu pedi que a ciência funciona como seleção natural. Quem conhece filosofia da ciência vai reconhecer que eu não sou popperiano. Popper achava que você podia definitivamente refutar uma teoria. Eu não acredito que você pode, não existe isso. O que a gente faz é comparar teorias diferentes. O segundo ponto, eu pedi no Instituto, era que as pesquisas são feitas para explicar variações socioculturais. O ponto epistemológico aqui é que só podemos explicar variações, porque alguns têm uma característica e outros não têm. Porque alguns têm mais e menos outros, etc. Não podemos explicar fenômenos em si. Por exemplo, não podemos explicar religião. Isso eu critico alguns evolucionistas que falam que vão explicar religião. Para mim não existe isso. O que você pode fazer é explicar por que algumas pessoas dão mais importância à religião que outras, por que algumas pessoas acreditam num Deus que perdoa muito, enquanto outras acreditam num Deus vingativo, por que algumas religiões dão mais importância a rituais e outras não, por que algumas religiões enfatizam um sistema moral baseado em regras fechadas, enquanto outras partem de princípios gerais como fazer o bem. Então, esse é outro princípio do Instituto. É sobre variações. Eu quero correlações aqui, né? Tá. E o que o Instituto pode financiar? Não tem tanto dinheiro assim, mas pode ajudar para alguns projetos, se você quiser tentar pegar um dinheirinho. E pode ser usado para financiar projetos de pesquisa originais ou para divulgação de pesquisas via publicações, traduções, cursos, seminários ou premiações. Então, todas as pesquisas devem seguir as diretrizes estipuladas no regimento interno do Instituto, que são coisas legais que tem que colocar ali. Mas esse era só um pequeno intervalo comercial, só para você saber que existe esse Instituto e talvez você se interesse nessas coisas assim. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Dennis. So now, well, this is actually important. You said everything in Portuguese, but it is actually very important to show that Dennis created an institute to support financially projects, smaller projects about human behavior and evolution and about variants in human behavior. And actually, the Institute is already supporting this meeting, right? So thank you very much. And now I have the biggest pleasure to invite our next plenary speaker, who is my dear friend and colleague, Maria Fernandez, from the University in Santiago de Chile. And she is actually trained in evolutionary psychology. She has done lots of interesting research, and her main topic is jealousy, relationships, dynamics of relationships, but also love, which sometimes happens in relationships, right? So at least I've heard so. So it is my pleasure to call you over here. Thank you very much for this invitation, for joining us, and we are looking forward to your talk.
So this is working. Hello. Thank you, Yarka. Thank you, Dennis, everyone, for having me here. It's a pleasure to come back after so many years of confinement. So I'm really in love with Brazil, which is the topic I'm going to be talking about. So let's get started. So that's the topic of my jealousy. What's love got to do, of my presentation, what's love got to do with jealousy? Because I usually talk about jealousy, but my hidden agenda has been actually, to talk about love. So that's what I intend to discuss. And I left a lot of time for the discussion. I think I want to provoke you and discuss about this because there's a lot of important information. First of all, where does the love part of psychology comes from? Well, actually, it was from the study of pair bonding, because usually psychologists do not speak about love. Curiously, that's the area of philosophers. So that's one important point. Usually when you find pair bonding, or the next word that we're going to be talking about, which is attachment, you refer to something that is very, very well known in nature. Primatologists, ethologists were the first ones to discover and to account for this early bonding for the social, here it is, okay. Early bonding for the social development and survival of different animals, from birds to mammals and to us, the humans. So here are some examples of these beautiful images we find on Facebook. And love, it's everywhere. You can find it on reptiles, you can find it on birds, you can find it on lions. These are the cutest pictures. I have a little baby, so I couldn't resist. My husband tells me I think she's a primate. She is a very nice primate. I will show her next. But who was the first one in study love? Actually, it was Harry Harlow. He was a behaviorist, and he was the first one to conduct a serious experiment about love. And what he found was the basis for all we know in the present, because he had, I'm not going to go through the experiment, we all know it. If not, you can look at the monkey experiments from Harry Harlow and you can see all the videos. I usually show it, but I didn't want to be reiterative with that. So what he found is that some behavioral observational studies, when you have a monkey race on the floor with of a wire cage naked, survives with difficulty. But if it does during the first day of the 5 days, he dies. And that's usually when you must have some support. Then, if a wire mesh cone is inserted, he will do much better. But if you cover it with plush fabric, strong, healthy, happy babies thrive. So what's the point about this? It takes more than a baby and a cone to make a normal monkey. We were struck by the possibility that beyond the bubbling fountain of the breast or bottle, which was the working hypothesis of feeding, it's actually physical contact, which might be a very important variable in the development of the infant's attachment to the mother. So that is a premise that today it's very well documented, not only in other animals, but in humans. So that phylogeny that we share with many other species is what we can use to understand our ontogeny, actually, or our developmental trajectories. So here I told you I'm crazy about this site, about animal bonding. You have giraffes, you have different rodents, you have elephants, you have gorillas. So this is a recent BBC special document where we're finding that animal friendships are surprisingly like our own. What's behind animal friendships, or what's behind this bonding in animals? Well, it's actually this behavior that we call pair bonding, or in humans, we call it attachment. And what's that? That's love in general. So here we have some examples from that special documentary and papers where, for example, in birds, just picking each other, it's very important. Dolphins will actually maintain communication over 500 meters with each other, and they maintain conversations, and they relocate each other. Well, wolves and squirrels do much better when they have close allies and they share with them. So this is the basis of our human love. So how do non-human animals protect love? That's where jealousy comes into play. Well, actually, let me show you this. Did you see the experiment, or yeah? With a, okay, sorry, yeah. Actually, just with a fake, very grotesque dog toy, you can make a dog jealous, you can make a monkey jealous. I mean, there's so many examples. So this is the basis for pair bonding. I mean, we have a mechanism that actually tries to recover this love, this pair bonding, which is jealousy. And that's where my argument will go to. So for example, you have monkeys where actually, you have dogs where actually if you present a cylinder, you know, like just something that looks like a known social rival, or if you present another dog, a fake dog, very much like the one you saw on the video, you actually get the jealous response. So usually the cylinder is about curiosity, but this one has something where dogs show jealous behavior specifically towards the jealous-inducing interaction between their owners and a social rival. That's what actually activates this emotion. So the idea is like, well, why it happens with other animals? Well, in chimpanzees, it's also been documented. What about our early human roots? You know, developmentally speaking, when we're small. So here's my daughter. This is the chance to show my little daughter. And here we have the intense pair bonding that happened a couple of days ago, and I couldn't resist. It's when kids saw mom, and they were just running to her to physically get proximity with her very happily. This is love. This is the initial parts of love. So what do we do? Actually, Sybil Hart done some very neat experiments about children jealousy. So she will have first of all, she realized that jealousy emerges when the attachment system is getting set in infants and fear of strangers is appearing. And that's usually between 6 months to 9 months of age. That early, we can actually differentiate, and we start having this intense love for one person in particular, who tends to be the primary caregiver, which in our societies is usually the mother. Yeah. So on these experiments, 6 to 9 months is usually the earliest time when a sibling can be born. So the functional utility, or no, I don't want to say that. The function of jealousy will be to actually protect that moment in which we can actually have to share for the first time the love of a primary caregiver with another person. So what happens? We replicated these experiments in Chile right before the pandemic, and we had we had 2 situations. First, we have a social rival, a non-social rival, which is a book. This is a much sophisticated book. In our case, I cannot show the experiments because they're kids with their mothers. We had the mother read the book while the kid was interacting with her. And the other condition was the mother interacting with a fake baby doll that looks very fake, but for the baby, it's another child. So following these situations, look, this is prototypically what happens. First,
How do you think to react?
Continues going.
To show our attention on this lifelike doll.
So those are the examples of the behavior. Sorry, it's not, I couldn't go on. Then you can see the expression.
These babies are now showing clear signs of jealousy.
It's very distressful. You can tell, kids are very expressive. We ran this experiment, and we saw something like gaze, approach, gaining physical contact, arousal, vocalizations, and changes in the affective state in terms of jealousy. And this is the data, the actual data. So it's very interesting. We coded the videos of the mothers interacting in these 2 conditions, and there are very strong, significant differences between how the kids react to the non-social rival, which is a cooking book, the mother reading a cooking book, while in comparison to a social rival, which is the lifelike baby doll. So, this is very important in terms of the stability across cultures, because these experiments have been conducted since 1999 in the US. In Europe, there are some replications in Germany. And now we have done it in Chile. So, it's usually the response. We have other animals. So what about friendships? What happens in friendships? Yeah, I have the models here. You can ask for their signatures. Well, friendships have been studied in many ways. But what's the function of friendship? During infancy and puberty, developmentally, we start developing new bonds with our peers. And what happens at that moment? Well, actually, there has been many studies, particularly by Tubi and Cosmidis, about the idea that this intense bond we generate with our friends is actually a way to acquire social allies that will uninterestedly help us in times of need. So feeling replaced And particularly in what is unique with a friend is what causes jealousy. It's the loss of the same bond, but in a different context, in a different kind of relationship. So throughout development, we will see that in general, these friendships are like almost like family. The same way we feel with brothers and sisters, and there's a lot of literature on this topic in the last 3 years. I don't know, probably because we were confined, so we had the time to write about this. But usually friendships are formed by like-minded individuals. You know, it's very similar to us, and particularly there's something about friendships that we bond with each other, and we're very fond of our friends. We can have drunken friends, borrachos, and it's okay, it's our friend, you know. We tend to be very empathic with our friends. A different thing is our romantic partners, but I'm not going to go into that because that's more on clinical. So in attitudes, they're similar. On another level, they're deep engagements. You know, they make us feel good. For me, it's been so happy to re-encounter my friends, my academic friends in this Congress that I keep hugging everyone. So I'm sorry about that. Like, I made sure I don't have COVID before coming here. So I hope, everything gets like that. I got my vaccines just in case. So friends share with us a worldview, mental coordination. Usually with our friends, we know what they're thinking before we actually acknowledge what's going on. And that's a very important kind of love. Very important. It goes with us all of our life. It sustains prosociality. So the idea, the early experimental data actually sustained that the actual perception of an interloper in friendships is when we feel that that person is sort of replacing us in that very unique niche previously filled by oneself. So if I'm friends with Techi and we both, I don't know, study love, and then I see that her and Irene are actually starting to study love after this conference, and she's my very close friends, that's going to be what generates jealousy. So usually it's on deep engagements where we can go and develop jealousy. So here we have an example of the preliminary studies about hypothetical scenarios that was done by Lias Cosmides' student back in 1999, where they manipulated the amount of time and mental coordination shared between the best friend and the interloper in 3 different conditions. First, the best friend had met a new friend and was spending a lot of social time with them, while mental coordination was maintained with the participant. So here, so here we will have, yeah, that's better. The first condition. The second one, the best friend was having mental coordination with the new friend, but social time was maintained with the friend. And on the third condition, mental coordination and social time was spent with the interloper and not with the participant. So the data is in the reverse order. It goes 1, 2, 3 here. So we have what happens when the friends are actually spending only time with the interloper. You know, the amounts of jealousy are not too high. Then we have a mental coordination with the rival or the interloper, but time is still maintained with the friend. And in the third condition, we have time plus mental coordination, which is the most jealousy-inducing condition. And I thought, yeah, I don't have it here. So then we will see, the scenario was like, imagine that your friend is at the cafeteria on Friday night, and they tell you that they want to meet your this new friend that arrived to town. So they will say, you go with them, you have you share a cerveza or coffee, whatever, and in the first condition, you realize that your friend and the new friend are sharing mental coordination, which means they complete each other's sentence, they look at each other very friendly, and they seem to know what the other one is going to do even before they do it. So that's a mental coordination condition. So we combine that with time. You still maintain time with your friend constant. You do many things together. And in the other condition, you actually see your friend spending more time plus a mental coordination with this new friend. So in that condition, we have a very strong jealousy induction. This was the original study. They had more conditions. This was preliminary data by one of my undergraduate thesis students. But then there are also sex differences. Guess what? You know, most of the literature finds that women tend to be a little bit more jealous than men. And of course, here, they react with more jealousy. There is an interaction by sex where the mental coordination plus time with an interloper is significantly more jealousy-inducing for women. And very nice. Then, well, these are the images I like to put in between. New experimental data from our experiments in 2021. We were like, okay, we replicated these. So what's next? So we wanted to enrich these scenarios, and we made the first condition, mental coordination, plus spending time with a new friend. The second condition is spending time and mental coordination with an attractive opposite-sex rival they just met. The third condition is spending time and mental coordination with a high-status opposite-sex rival they just met, and spending most of their time watching a favorite movie, the non-social rival condition. So we mix everything. This is just preliminary studies. We need to continue. So that's the data I wanted to comment. So here we have mental coordination, the attractive rival or the high status rival versus the movie. So there is a strong difference between these three conditions and the movie because these are all kinds of social rivals. Next. Well, and that's a non-social rival, it's just a movie. Then we have a sex difference. In this sample, we have that, you see the men sample size is very small, as usual, just 133, and just over 25 participants per condition. But still, we see this strong difference between the social rival and the non-social rival in the men, but no significant difference in between these conditions, the three social rivals. But in the women, is the attractive rival and the mental coordination rival, which cause the most jealousy, and between the attractive and high status rival, there is actually a difference, which is the usual sex difference we find on the bus studies or everything. So that's very encouraging. I have more data I couldn't, I haven't finished. And we're conducting a series of experiments with this, but it's very encouraging because this will be like even more important in terms of the kind of bond you can have in friendships. And I'm getting to the next idea. I'm sorry. Yeah, I will talk about that later with romantic relationships. So the adaptive function of friendships seem to be from reciprocal altruism. That's been the working hypothesis that explains why we form friendships. And love is the emotion that binds friends together. And of course, if we change what is important for this relationship, these friendships, and we integrate a potential rival, we will have jealousy, which is actually an emotion to prevent being replaced in what's unique, being in the same wavelength or mental coordination. That's the subjective report of how we usually define our friendships. So the next kind of relationship that prevails in our lives is romantic love. So, oh, I want you to see this. I don't know if, okay, I will try not to talk because it's funny. It's not something, it's not experimental data, of course. It's from TikTok. Oh, that killed the suspense. Here.
This is from the goal line.
You can tell, like, you can laugh because we all have done that with our romantic partners in our own unique ways, or not. You know, this is what babies do. This is what animals do, non-human animals do. Well, and that's what you do in your romantic relationship. So this is really neat because the developmental stability across ontogeny, it's amazing. It's very similar. This is all old-fashioned data. I mean, we've known this for forever, but it's very strong. And it's actually, I mean, imagine your partner, your actual romantic partner, was doing that with someone. Even your baby, if you have a baby right now and you saw that there were baby talking to someone else, you know, it produces that uncomfortable feeling, which is normal and non-pathological jealousy. There's a big difference of what Dr. Costa presented yesterday, which is pathological jealousy. But this other love, jealousy relationship, it's maintained throughout our life. So here are some examples of papers. This one is back from the Baby Talk as a community, as a communication of intimate attachment. Comes from the 90s, and that data has been demonstrated, you know, and we do that with romantic partners. And actually, it's in those things where we can infer our partners attaching to someone else. Those little things that are maintained throughout ontogenic development. Another thing you remember in the baby videos, the baby experiments, physical contact, touch, yeah, touching each other, it's very consistently being found to be important for love, for the development of attachment, which is the most closely related definition we have for the scientific study of love. So, actually, when we touch someone, we reduce their uncomfortable feelings, and we can actually reduce the jealousy. You know, if you have Marco and Jarka there, no matter who I present here, you know, they're going to be fine. But then if you have Marco there looking at someone, and, you know, it's an uncomfortable feeling. That's all. It's nothing big, you know, unless they're polyamorous, but that's another thing. So, what is the idea? I mean, the literature, this is a paper, a review from April last year. The idea is that in the study of romantic love, there are proximate mechanisms and ultimate functions. And it's at both levels where jealousy is operating. We have the comparative evidence. We usually study the mechanism of pathological jealousy. But we forget about these other instances where love, it's very important for our human development, for our pro-social development, and we're just, jealousy is what prevents us or sort of regulates interactions, love interactions and everything. So, here. This is a paper I really like from Fletcher in 2015, where he defines some of the uses that romantic love might have for the human species. First of all, romantic love is a powerful commitment device. It's composed of passion, intimacy, and caregiving, and that's what they found in the evidence. It's universal, and it's associated with pair bonding across cultures. Romantic love automatically suppresses effort and attention given to alternative partners. It's really cool because, you know, we have these dopaminergic systems. Like, I was looking at the picture of my daughter and I could do that. Well, I can also do that with my romantic object of affection. Romantic love has distinct emotional, behavioral, hormonal, and neuropsychological features, and that's also very well documented. And successful pair bonding predicts better health and survival across cultures for both adults and offspring that can actually have a romantic love and attachment. So we were last year, no, actually this year. Yeah, we thought about this while we were confined, but we were confined, so data was going to be like really bad. So this year we decided to ask people in an open-ended question to name terms associated with romantic love. So we had a Qualtrics experiment, a Qualtrics questionnaire, I'm sorry, and we told them like, first, like, hello, this is the research. We didn't say anything before, and we said, can you define 3 terms that you associate to romantic love? And what happened? Look at this. Caring, trust, respect, partnership. They're not so bad. They're like around 30 terms, but most terms got 1 or 2 mentions. These are consistently mentioned across the 3 terms in the 3 columns. So caring, trust, respect, partnership. I was surprised because these are young people. These are mostly students which are responding to this. And then we continue. We asked them some other data. We haven't had time. It was recent. We haven't had time to analyze yet. But we also asked them to rank order terms that appear in the literature related to romantic love. So it was attachment, caring, sex, passion, intimacy, commitment, pleasure, trust, and jealousy. Jealousy, of course, here is the evil. We all think that if there is love, there is no jealousy, but that's, you know, that's completely wrong. I say, look at the babies, you know, and look at ourselves in terms of non-pathological jealousy. That's, you know, it's like a motivation to protect a relationship, that's all. So what happened? Here we have trust, again, commitment, and intimacy. Those are the first 3 ranking emotions, and jealousy is the last ranking emotion. So it's very interesting because we are aware of the romantic love relationship with these other pair bonding emotions in humans, but we're convinced that jealousy is out of the picture. So in this context, jealousy, it's actually an adaptive emotion to protect close attachment bonds. We've said that over and over again. You know, this can be real or it can be imagined. It induces distress and reaching out, guarding the loved one. It can be a friend, it can be your primary caregiver or your romantic partner, or in the case of pets, your owner. It is motivated by the threat posed by an attractive rival. We know that. Attractive to whatever we define as attractive. So when there are sex differences in what is attractive, high status or, you know, being really dominant or having money or being physically attractive, whatever, it's important for the other sex or for the same sex, you know, it's what's gonna induce jealousy. And it is about recovering affection and driving the rival away. That's a function. With kids, it's very important. When you read about the jealousy literature in kids, there were writings of Darwin about his children that have been rediscovered, in which jealousy has a particular feature in infancy. It generates, if the mother, if the caregiver is sharing positive emotions with the rival, the kid is it's in a more negative emotional state. So it's usually when we are in positive relationships, others get contagious, or we have an emotional contagion. But even compersion, is that the term? Yes. So compersion will be, I would like to know what happens with this. Are we going to be fine with this? Is something we have to actually train ourselves to be comfortable with. In kids, it doesn't happen naturally. In friendships, we have to test it. But in romantic relationships, we just want to recover that affection while we're in love. Yeah, no one goes like, oh yeah, I was so happily married or having this wonderful relationship, and I'm so happy because he found someone else. The exception will be, Justin's studies. I'm just thinking about this now. Okay. But so romantic jealousy emerges from the perception of a specific loss of valued mating partners. We know that about romantic relationships. And it's based in the case of humans, parental investment theory, well, actually, sexually reproducing animals, is very well explained by Trivers' parental investment theory. So there are differences, the loss of commitment and provisioning, and the loss of sexual exclusivity. This is the classic data that we have discussed before. Oh, nothing to do with that. That was the one that I corrected. 1 second. Let me take that out, and I will go back to it, because this got from another. Well, why it doesn't take it? Well, anyways. In other kinds of relationships, we will find that jealousy, for example, the data that Jarka studied, we found that jealousy is related to the kind of relationship we're thinking about, if it's same-sex relationships or opposite-sex relationships. It matters who is the rival, if the rival is the same sex, and it matters, the sexual orientation. So everything, will come into this formula or this mechanism to protect what we value. So I have no further premises about that. We need to develop them, but it is about regaining what is special about the relationship. So it's what we call love. We usually call love to that kind of bonding. So here we have some of the nice internet citations about jealousy and songs. I'm jealous of the nights that I don't spend with you. I'm wondering who you lay next to. You see, it's that special place when we sleep with someone, where we share nights with someone. It's very romantic. Oh, I'm jealous of the nights. Then I'm jealous of the rain that falls upon your skin. Very magical. It's closer than my hands have ever been. I'm jealous of the rain. And it feels like jealousy, and it feels like I can't breathe, and I'm down on my knees, and it feels like jealousy. So, what will be the idea? Well, the message will be understanding relationships with an evolutionary perspective leads us to understand love as attachment, or pair bonding. Is a conserved emotional system designed by evolution to sustain pair bonding in social species. As a social species, we have affective experience and behavioral motivations that are fully specialized to form attachment relationships. Jealousy has the function of protecting closeness, attachment, compromise, actually what we understand as love. And jealousy is not pathology, it is a crucial emotional response, an internal regulatory variable that will calibrate love. So, the conclusions, and I'm so good with time, will be that jealousy has a lot to do with love. It follows from initial pair bonding to attachment to primary caregivers, friends, romantic partners, and our children. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. And I would like to thank YARCA, the organizers, my co-researchers, and everyone that is involved in this research.
Thank you very much for a very nice talk. I really love your research, so this is great. Well, before questions, I can't resist. I have to ask one. You were in the beginning, you were talking about the jealousy in small kids, right? Especially when there is another kid than the other kids, or a doll, actually, right? It doesn't really matter if it's a real one. The rival actually can be quite imaginary, right? It doesn't even need to be real. But, so yeah, so this sibling competition and sibling rivalry is quite well known. My question is, what about the poor husbands? I mean, when the child is born, right, the mother is totally in love with the child, and then the husband feels somehow abandoned, alone, probably jealous. Is there any research actually about jealousy feelings and these like feelings of abandonment of the fathers, right? Especially these like newborn fathers.
I love it. No, let's do the research. I know yes, please, like don't forget about this, like someone writes this down. It's very good because experiment, we might find a way because it's very important. I mean, you can see the extensions of this perspective. We're always centered in the pathological sides of jealousy, but that jealousy, of course, if you were used to having this pair-bonded relationship, comes the little intruder, there must be something going on. Actually, and that's what I can answer for now, in the close relationships literature, one of the biggest stressors is the birth of a child for the pair bond, or for the relationship satisfaction. Usually that stresses everything. So that would be a very good way of anticipating what might be the answer to your question.
Thank you. I guess so. Questions?
I was thinking in Portuguese, and what you mentioned about the mental coordination that between how did you measure it? You didn't talk about that, no?
Okay. How could you operationalize
exactly.
mental coordination? Yeah, that was
because
missing.
It's a very interesting concept, but difficult to.
The actual vignette or the hypothetical scenario got lost from my presentation. This was an earlier version, but it's mental coordination is defined as what makes us unique with a friend. It comes from that thesis work. And now I think Krems, she's doing some research on this, but it was defined back in the late 90s as being on the same wavelength, like having the same interest, understanding each other without looking at ourselves. So it's sort of like, from a cognitive perspective, it will be like thinking the same.
Okay, but in your research, how did you measure it?
Okay,
I understand the concept.
I understand,
Was it observational or questionnaire? What
Questionnaire.
was your instrument?
It's a different scenario. So in one scenario, you have your friend and an arrival actually spending time together. Feeling close. Your friend tells you, I'm really close to this new person I met, and she's so fun. We think the same things, and we enjoy the same things, and she knows how I'm feeling even before I tell her how I'm feeling. That's the mental coordination scenario. The non-mental coordination scenario, it's meeting someone with which you spend time only. So you go to a gym, to parties, but your friend still shares this special interest with you, and you still, when your friend needs advice or needs to know what's going on, your friend comes to you. That's the condition, the mental coordination condition. It's a little bit more elaborate, but as I told you, I don't have the exact scenario here. I had it, but it got lost on one of my versions of the presentation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I still didn't understand how you did it. But in your research, how did you compute it? I didn't understand.
Okay, we measure how jealous. We have three. This is a between groups design. So some people get the condition in which you know that your best friend, your best same-sex friend, is sharing this special connection with this new person that came to live in your city. In the other condition, your friend still maintains the mental coordination, this sharing of special interest with you. And in the other condition, they share both mental coordination plus time with the new person. And we measure the amounts of jealousy they feel. That's the instruction. I'm sorry, I didn't understand it before. So that's how we got an indirect measure of jealousy.
I'll see the paper after.
No, I will send it to you. Yeah. Sorry.
Just a quick comment on the Yarker's question. There are studies of paternal postpartum depression, with fathers getting depressed postpartum, and one of the factors is the mom now focusing all her attention on the infant. So that was just a quick comment.
Thanks.
That makes sense. More questions? Commentaries? Where? Oh, I didn't hear.
I'm just curious about any differences between the friendship ties of men versus women. Stereotypes, I don't know how well they're backed up, that men usually have larger groups of friends, whereas women have fewer but more intense friendships. The argument that men's friendships are more based on same interests, while women's friendships are based on, I'm not quite sure whether it was time or as it would be good. So I'm just wondering if
No, I think, we need to, I just started getting these new scenarios. And actually, one of the difficulties I have is with all these new denominations. So, of course, that will be very important about the function. It's probably, not the function, but the sex differences that you might find in the kinds of friendships. So I am definitely willing to look into that. I don't have any data on it.
the other thing, I'd like to see you when you get it. The other thing is about the idea that women often, in movies at least, are always saying they're jealous of their husbands, but of his work, not of another woman. Women are jealous of their husband's work because it takes all of his time. And she's jealous not of another woman, but of his work. I don't know if
Sure. I mean, all these, all these scenarios will be absolutely valid. So we started in the original study of Burkett in 1999. She actually had a very nice combination of scenarios. So she had sex of the rival, experimentally manipulated. I did not include these because they were like, you know, it was just preliminary stuff that we were doing. So it will be very, you know, we need to design a real experiment. This was an online experiment. All the data I presented was online. So I want to bring people to a lab again and have more control conditions and everything. So that's definitely important. You know, and actually on the jealousy literature, I didn't talk, Bram Bunk and some of his colleagues in Holland have actually studied job-related jealousy when your working partners become involved. For example, you were very unique to your boss and you used to, I don't know, go and play golf together. And now someone else comes and replaces in that, you know, your boss no longer wants to play golf with you, and that will be preliminary data says that will make you more jealous. So it makes sense.
Other questions? It's actually also interesting that it seems that in lesbian couples, sometimes it's actually difficult to define when the relationship, the romantic relationship starts, because they start as friends, right? Very close, intimate friends. And sometimes they don't even know when started actually some romantic relationship because it's almost the same, right? So it's more based actually on friendships, which is nice. So if there is no other question, then I will deliver standardized present that we and a little bit alcoholic present as we have for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Wonderful. So thank you very much. Thanks to Ana Maria. Thank to everybody who delivered a very interesting talk today. And today, actually, we will finish over here and we will go together to the Institute of Psychology where we will have the poster session. Okay, so the poster session will happen over there at the Institute of Psychology. Actually, the posters are probably hanging there, so we should go there. And the coffee break will be over there as well. Okay, together with appreciation of the posters. And tomorrow we will start normally in the morning over here. Is there something else that I should say? I don't think. Oh, yeah, one thing, important thing. There at the Institute of Psychology, coincidentally, there will be a small exposition or maybe sale of handcrafts by the local indigenous people. So you can have a look. There is a small indigenous house, and they will be probably selling some of their stuff. So it's actually very nice for you to have a look in case you are interested, of course. So that's it for now. Thank you very much, and see you everybody at the poster session. Who doesn't know how to get there? Wait for us out there and we will go with you. Okay?